Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. 2 Kenyans are currently being held in Ukraine as prisoners of war, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has told Parliament. He says the government believes around 252 Kenyans may have joined Russia's military operation, although the exact number is still unclear. So far, 47 Kenyans have been rescued and brought back home with help from the Kenyan embassy in Moscow.
On the prisoners of war, we have records of 2 Kenyans, namely Evans Kibet and Macharia Willie Muniu, who are being held in Ukraine.
I would like to know from the PCS whether he is aware that Erastus Mundia of Lugari constituency, Mautuma ward, is one of those who died in Ukraine. What the ministry is doing to get the body back home.
We have on record that we lost 10 Kenyans. We are trying our level best.
Council of Governors Chairperson and Wajir Governor Hamid Abdullahi has condemned the alleged mistreatment of Samburu Governor Lati Lelelit at Parliament by senators. He says once the governor files a formal complaint, the law should take its course and those accused should answer to the allegations in court. Governor Lelelit had claimed senators assaulted him within Parliament premises.
You know, when we raise issues of extortion, intimidation, harassment, humiliation, and we ask the leadership of Senate to address this because that's not part of oversight, probably Kenyans thought, that we want factual, but you can actually see how they are behaving in full glare of the cameras. Governor Lelit has informed me that he intends to record a complaint with respect to assault because he was very, very clearly assaulted.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki on Wednesday dismissed political opponents who have sought to lecture him on his duties. The DP said he will remain focused on delivering tangible development across the country. Speaking during an inspection of ongoing development projects in Chuka, Kindiki said critics who previously held high government positions have no right to lecture him.
Mimi nimeona watu wengine wananipatia lecture mrefu. Lecture mrefu inatoka hapa inafika South Africa. Sijui nini, sijui huyu deputy rais. Hawa watu ambao wananipatia mihadhara, watu ambao wananipatia malecture, hapo awali walikuwa wakubwa wa serikali. Walikuwa na viti kubwa kama hii na kalia saa hii. Siku ile walikuwa kwa kiti, sikuwaona hapa Kaanwa. Siku ile walikuwa na kirauni, hawakuleta soko. Siku ya kirauni, hawakuleta barabara.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? The time right now is 4 minutes past 6 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. Of course, city in the area as well. How are you doing? Hope wherever you are doing absolutely great. Nimeona kuna manyunyu, kuna unyevunyevu kwenye barabara. Lakini sijaona mvua. Perhaps if your area has rained, you can let us know where exactly that is and how is the situation there. Is it muddy or is it just kawaida wet? All right. Something else I've noticed on the roads this particular morning, watu wanaendesha gari kwa utaratibu, which is a good thing. I'll be giving you the traffic updates in a short while, so do stand by for that and much more. Not forgetting our conversations for today, definitely taking place in the next couple of hours. So if you're interested in joining the conversation, you can follow us on our social media spaces. That is at Radio Gen KE across all of them. Radio Generation Kenya on YouTube and Facebook. Right now, though, what is significant about the second day of April? Well, in 1513, Spanish explorer Juan Ponce, or is it Ponce de Leon, spots the coast of Florida, claiming it for the Spaniards. And then in 2005, on a day like today, Pope John Paul II died at the age of 84, sparking a global mourning session. Yeah, 2005 it is. Pope John Paul II died at the age of 84. Notable births and perhaps even deaths. In 1805, Hans Christian Andersen, a famous Danish fairy tale author, was born. That is in 1805. And then in 1840, Émile Zola, French novelist, is born. Emile, Emile Zola. Situko ni ulikuanga hapa akizaliwa?
No, I read
You've read her
him
sasa hata si Emily, hata si mwanamke rather?
No, it's not. I studied European literature.
Okay.
So
yeah, there's a little detail that you are a literature student and teacher.
Yes.
All right.
I studied European literature. And Emile Zola was among the people who studied.
Hey.
Yes.
Sijui kama anajua mtu anaitwa Zola, na kama yuko, I was certain Zola is a woman.
No, it's a man.
Okay. All right. Also in 1914, Alec Guinness, celebrated British actor, is born in 1914.
Kitambo.
Do you
Why didn't you ask me if I was around then?
In 1914?
Well, you're in the habit of asking.
I have a feeling, CT, you were not there. I could be wrong, but I have a feeling you were. I have a feeling you were not there.
Right.
Let's start on that one. But yeah, there we have it. But you were there in 2005 when Pope John Paul II passed away.
Yes, pretty much so.
Yeah. Lakini wewe ni Anglican, eh?
Yes.
Unaendanga kanisa la Anglikana?
No.
Hey.
I go to an interdenominational church.
Huh?
I'm Anglican.
Yeah, but
I worship at an interdenominational church.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. But baptism ni zote Anglican?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You know, Catholics will accept an Anglican baptism. I think it's Anglican. They accept also Orthodox. I think those two. So if you were to move, maybe let's say from an Anglican church and you want to marry in the Catholic church, you don't need to undergo what is it called? Baptism again. If you are from the Orthodox and you want to, marry someone in the Catholic church, they will not need you to undergo baptism again.
The Anglicans,
yes,
who are referred to as Protestants, are Catholics.
Yeah.
They're Protestant Catholics.
Yes.
Nyinyi, Roman Catholics.
Ndio sasa.
Yes, the Protestants are an offshoot of the Roman Catholic Church. Henry VIII, an English king, brought about that delightful division.
Right.
The Pope declined to allow him to divorce. And since he was the head of the Church of England at that particular point in time, well, not really.
I mean, he hadn't been the head.
No.
Yeah.
But when he realized that the Pope...
Munasema nini? Sasa mimi siwezi divorce.
I'm the
king.
And this Pope... I forget this.
Yeah. Because I remember at the time the Bishop of England, or is it whatever?
He's called the Archbishop of Canterbury.
Right, the Archbishop at the time is the one who said like, bro, sasa kama Pope amekataa, unataka nifanye nini?
Akasema hiyo sio shida vile unavyoona.
Akabehead huyo bishop, akaappoint wake, na huyo mwenye aliappointiwa akamgrant divorce, and hence the birth of the Anglican Church began there.
Huyo jamaa alipima akaona hii dini hata yanaweza kwanza yake.
Naam.
Yes, wakaanza dini ya Msambwa ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa,
akabadilisha mawili matatu pale, akasema tutaendelea na ule mkondo wa kanisa venye Wakatoliki wanafanya, lakini tutaifanya according to sasa venye mimi kama king nitasema. King kwa mfalme, kwa Kiswahili ni mfalme. Kama venye mimi mfalme nitasema, tutafanya kulingana na venye mimi nitasema, lakini wewe ndio the spiritual head, lakini mimi ndio the head of the Interesting.
If you look at the reasons why people have done the things they have done over time,
right,
it's amazing.
But you know, something else that is of notable interest is also in China. They still have the Catholic Church as the Catholic Church, but for a very long time, that the church had been disconnected from the rest of the Catholic body. Let me call it that. Until recently, I think it's also during this time of Pope John Paul II, they reintegrated, for lack of a better word. But they had a couple of agreements that whoever the Pope appoints as the leaders of the churches of the Catholic Church in China, they have to be approved by the government of China.
They have to be approved by the Chama cha Mapinduzi ya China.
Yes. Your CCCC. They are CCCP.
Chinese Communist
Party.
Yes.
So it's CCP. Yeah.
Yes.
So the Chinese Communist Party has got to approve and say, okay, mumechagua ni CT. Yeah, we know CT. Yeah. So CT is okay.
It's all right. It's all right.
Or they present CT and a couple of others and say, out of these ones, choose now. It's interesting, but nonetheless, there's that. At least there's an understanding of sorts.
That is a very good way of looking at it, an understanding.
Yes.
You want to practice your religion in our country? You and Sarah. We approve, but this is how we are going to go about it.
During Ramadan, I saw a lot of festivities in China, how they did their iftar and how they did, I think it's suhur. Kuna ile asubuhi na ile jioni. Nilikuwa ninaona uko Chinese brothers doing their thing, and they have beautiful mosques. They still have that Chinese architecture. You know the way they construct their buildings?
Yes.
Their mosques have a similar architecture, and it is beautiful. So they've combined this Arabian style with the Chinese style, and they come together.
It looks beautiful.
And inakaa fiti sana.
China haiko mbali vile na Arabia. Ukiangalia map.
Wako tu hapo na hapo. Ukirusha mai inaweza fika.
Pakistan.
Sasa ile hawana chumvi, wanaweza omba neiba.
Hata pilipili.
Haya, sawa. Tupatie ile kitu yetu tunaitanga methali ya leo.
Right. A fly.
A fly, you say?
Fly.
All right.
Nzi.
All right.
A fly that doesn't listen to advice follows the corpse to the grave.
A fly that doesn't listen to advice
follows a corpse to the grave. Right.
Kumaanisha tafika pale na ifunikiwe na hiyo corpse bado.
Yes, flies are notorious for following dead, dying, rotting elements.
Matter.
Yes, they are. Okay. So akiambia bro,
ile inaenda kuziko usifuate. Ile itazikwa ile.
No. Kwenda. Sawa.
Mchanga hua.
Dead. Sasa hapo waendelea tu kupiga zizi yako.
Okay.
Story itakuwa imeisha.
Right. A fly that doesn't follow advice, doesn't listen to advice, follows a corpse to the grave.
Yes.
Hawa watu wa Eritrea nilikwambia. Hao na Cape Verde na wale wa Mauritania wako na akili.
No, the Proverbs are very interesting.
Yeah, they are. Wako na akili mingi sana. Asante sana City.
Karibu sana.
All right. Tuingie pale katika mtandao wetu wa radiogeneration.co.ke. Let me know where you're tuned in from. I know MC Tonje is definitely locked in. MC Tonje is usually the first person to text us every single, and I was right. By 6:04 message zake mbili zilikuwa zimeishaingia. Morning. Anasema MC Tonje checking in from Muhoroni. Yeah. Coming up right now though, here is what is making headlines across the globe. We shall start with this one about Governor Sakaja. I'm available to appear before the Senate CPAC, that is the Committee on Public Accounts. Sakaja tells the senators. Nairobi County Governor Johnson Sakaja has formally explained his absence before the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, citing personal circumstances while reaffirming his commitment to appear before the committee. In a letter addressed to the clerk of the Senate dated Tuesday, March 31st, the governor stated that he was unable to attend the scheduled session on March 5th, or rather March 25th, due to a bereavement. All right. He says that I regret that I was unable to appear before the County Public Accounts Committee on Wednesday as I was attending the funeral service of a close relative, Sakaja said. All right. Alisema pia he has been there about 30 times. And he said, yeah, is it 30 or 40?
30, he said 30.
Yeah, he said he's been there 30 times and it's not like it's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
He said it's routine.
The 30 are in the past. So they don't count.
Yes, but he was saying, the reason why he said 30, he said that, look, it's not like I've done this before. I know the procedure. You are summoned, you appear. And he says it's procedural.
Had he given these reasons when did he give reasons in advance to say he wasn't coming because he had to attend this funeral?
Yeah, so we'll just go with his statement. Clearly, it's not.
No,
like,
I'm not going with it.
Ukiona ameambia senators saizi ama senate saizi ni kumaanisha 25th akuambia senators walikaa hivi kama mafala wakimgoja na hakutokea.
Precisely. Do you see where the hoo-ha is?
Yes, and him being a former senator, he should have probably known better.
He knows this better than most governors.
So yeye ndiye angetuambia.
People understand burials, people understand accidents, people understand just the sheer inability of somebody to come, because someone who's a governor does have a busy schedule.
Yeah.
And there are many people who depend on him, and there are many things that can happen that requires attention. It is not difficult to understand that a governor would be busy.
Yeah, like one other governor who has a very busy schedule is the Machakos County governor. Drama is happening in Machakos County. She appears a month later. That's a very busy person.
Let me tell you one thing about what you're seeing now. Why is it, do you think, that the activities that we now are witnessing,
yes,
and the conversations we are now reading and hearing about on social media regarding certain differences between senators and governors,
right?
There's a crescendo we're heading towards here. It seems to be picking up. Why do you think that is so? Because there are many. It's not as though the Auditor General's report just appeared the other day for the first time ever. No.
We've been getting this report for years.
Exactly. So why is it that the attention of the public is being drawn to all these things? And there are many. And we're being given figures and we're being given numbers.
It is because of, number one, the amounts of money city that we lose every day. 3 billion cities in Chess.
We've been losing money every day since the promulgation of the new constitution.
We've been losing money every day in New City ever since the first government of Kenya.
We've been losing money even when the colonial government was here.
Yes.
But with reference to this particular current situation, why do you think that there is so much back and forth?
Because accountability is becoming a big deal. And even globally, we are now being put on the spotlight. We shall be reading something in the Magazeti in the next couple of minutes. But it's now affecting even FDI, foreign direct investment, and just collaboration with other nations.
Yep, it is.
It is affecting us. So if we do not tighten our grip on corruption right now, and impunity and wastage and all other things that pertain to finance, bro, we shall lose it. One of
the things that this government has been accused, among the many things it has been accused of, is that it made a pledge to fight corruption, and he said it has not fought corruption.
Okay.
Pure and simple. I think that the whip is being cracked. There's need to demonstrate that if you do wrong, you'll be held to account.
Yes. And if we're being honest, in the same breath, ile shida inaitwa corruption in Kenya, compared to what is being done, you can't even compare the effort to curb corruption or fight corruption and the amount of corruption that is ongoing.
The proliferation of it.
You can't compare. One action, ni kama unaona kuna infection hapa of this particular, kidonda, and what you're doing to prevent that infection from spreading.
What you hear is someone telling you the obvious, which you also know about. But as for curing it, you're being told there are hospitals. Now, that doesn't tell you how to cure it. We also know there are hospitals. Okay. When people know that they are protected, then they escalate the very emergence and the sustenance of impunity. When that cover is removed, then you see people running helter-skelter, because there are people who have received cover. The president will be blamed directly, but the president has men. The president has people. If you are associated with the president, it is known that you do have power. And there are many things that can be said and done in the president's name, and doesn't mean that the president knows everything that has been said or done in his name. But the fear, because for me, this particular increase tells me that something is afoot. People are going to go to jail.
People should go to jail.
A long time ago, but they should have gone a long time ago. But the reality, I think Baba Yao simply opened the floodgates. Now we'll see more and more people heading in that direction, because beyond just being summoned, people are going to be arrested and arraigned in court. Because some of these reports, the reports that the Auditor General gives, once they've been prosecuted by the Senate, or let's call it Parliament, right? The next thing is that they advise the security agencies to do their job. If the whip is cracked and they're told, shika watu.
Because it's crazy when you hear that a public officer has made away with several millions.
Billions, Chief. You see, that's a thing. 3-digit millions. That's a lot of money.
Mtu ametoka na I'm actually even just talking about several millions, like hundreds of millions. I mean, it's not okay to make away with 1 million, but when you hear of someone making away with like 700 million, na hiyo story inaisha tu hivyo. And then you consider what 700 million can do to a community, what 700 million can do to a county. And then someone has one person, and then nothing happens. And then he does it again, or she does it again. And they do it again, and they do it, and then someone else does it, and then another one does it, and then and then you're like, guys, and then someone else is like, if those other 17 did it, I can did it too. And then they did it, and then we're all here, and then
asking how they did it.
Yes. Then now we hear of 3 billion shillings. But the 3 billion shillings, they said kuna mtu moja anatokanga tu na 3 billion anaenda nayo. Ni yuto tu mtu tunatokanga na so 50 pale, kuna wa 3 million pale, kuna hata wa 100,000 hapa kwa ofisi. And then you realize, my God, you know, we did that kahesabu, what 3 billion can do, the hospitals it can construct and equip other hospitals with cancer treating equipment and medicine. And yani ukikaa hivi ufikirie, to be honest, what the cost of the loss we make in the cost of corruption for a week, you should lose your mind.
The Nairobi Metropolitan Services built, I think, a total of 21 hospitals ranging from level 2 to 4, built and equipped. It did not get to $1 billion.
Imagine that.
It did not hit $1 billion.
Yeah.
So,
Samburu Governor Lelit alleges assault by senators outside Parliament. Did you see this drama, this findio?
Yeah, but he was not assaulted.
So,
there was a little of pushing.
Yeah.
In fact, among the people I saw being pushed was Sifuna.
So Sifuna appeared out of nowhere. Governor Lelit was having this presser outside Parliament just to explain whatever is happening, to explain his side of the story. Kidogo nikaona Sifuna amekuja. Si umekuja ndio tuongee nawe? Si tuende hivi. So Sifuna became a police officer, for lack of a better word. So he was arresting this guy. Tuende ndani.
But Sifuna was first. There was somebody who pushed Sifuna.
Yeah. The moment they walked in, and the senator for Bungoma, I'm forgetting his name. The moment this guy...
It's called Ken Lusaka.
Is he? The senator for...
No, it's not senator. Sorry, I'm thinking of governor. Sorry.
Yeah, the senator for Bungoma. I saw him for the first time yesterday. So anyway, I had never seen him or known him. So the moment they stepped into Parliament precincts like this, mimi nikadhani hata ni mtu anaimbiwa happy birthday, because the swarm of human beings around this guy. But I was like, what has this Samburu governor done?
Called David Wakoli Wafula.
Wakoli. Na mkumbuka juu ya Bifoli Wakoli. So yes, Senator Wakoli was there, and the drama in that particular space yesterday, for the first time nikakumbuka venye tulikuanga watoto tukichapa watu juu ya choboua. Unajua choboua, ile chobongoto. I was like, what on earth is happening? I even commented on social media. I was like, these are the guys we elect?
Actually, these claims that the governors make about extortion and corruption.
Yeah.
If I'm to go by what Senator Onyonka told us here, and if I'm to go by what other people who've been in government have told us, and even a governor mentioned in passing, it is true. Not I think it is true.
Yeah.
It is true. Because there is a behavior that speaks of guilt. If your job is simply to usher in somebody and wait for them to make their presentation, what is this drama for?
Yeah.
Why are senators suddenly seeking to prove that they are above above reproach, and that the accusation, because no one is addressing those issues. You ask this matter of corruption, it's only Senator Richard Anyonka who addressed it. Everybody else sort of like goes around and goes that way and goes that way.
I remember you even asked Governor Natembeya, then he also kind of...
Yes, but he mentioned things that pointed towards extortion.
Yes. I mean, we don't live like you say. We live here. We don't live on Mars. So we know. We are Kenyans. We know these things happen. And the fact that Senator Nyonka mentioned it, I mean, I appreciate him for his honesty.
He was blunt about it.
Yeah.
It is, believe me, if you talk to members of parliament, present, past, and they tell you what goes on these public accounts committees, look carefully at the history of people who've been chairmen of those committees. They are well-to-do.
Yeah.
And many of them do not have businesses you can speak of and point and say, kuna ile biashara ule mtu anafanyaga pale.
Anakuanga na hardware pale Kirinyaga.
Yes, na pale wanauza maji. Yes, na pale wanauza toys. No, you don't. But they're wealthy. So you have to ask, how cometh this wealth?
Maybe it's their spouses who help them.
We once had some fact-finding investigations among the police.
Yes.
I loved the stories we were being told about police.
Yeah.
That's when I knew, for the first time, I understood how M-Pesa can transact millions of shillings. Prior to that, I had not understood. When you transact 1,000, 2,000, a million is very far from your mind.
Yes.
But when someone says, no, his wife sells vegetables, and the people who are asking, tell us about this quantity of vegetables that is sold so that we can get to this money. She also sells eggs. Okay. Can we go back to the vegetables?
Yes.
Yes, we can. We also sell chicken. Then I realized, okay.
This is how money is made.
One even said, I inherited this money. Who from?
What do you mean? See, people that give inheritance. The people who died before me. I've been told of interesting stories that sometimes even cops will, instead of taking the bribe directly because of now EACC, unaambiangwa, so of course you'll tell them, I have M-Pesa, so you cannot send the money to him directly.
No, there are places you withdraw the money from.
He'll even give you a till number, pay bill number, something that you will withdraw from. Even he will give you nini kitu ya withdraw. Agent number.
Yeah, withdraw pale.
Atakwambia enda pale, unaona pale kuna ile M-Pesa pale. Enda withdraw hapo. Alafu unamwambia so nikuleta nakwambia pana wewe withdraw tu na uache hapo tu. So you go, you withdraw, then you leave the money there.
So you was withdrawing the money.
You go with your phone and you go to the shop na una withdraw. Alafu unaona M-Pesa agent anakwambia sawa. And life goes on. So EACC has, I don't know, they have a long way to go. They will need to go undercover. They will need to do a lot of things.
No, Paul, actually, they do the investigation.
I know they do. Like I said, they don't live on Mars. They live here with us.
They keep the records. They also receive instructions as to how to proceed with those things.
Yeah.
They can take it to the level where now they say, okay, this is what we found. What do we do? We get told we will tell you. Did we not say we will tell you?
We'll tell you.
Yeah, you carry on the case. So you've concluded? So we will tell you.
Tutakwambia. I'd like to know how this extortion in parliament happens, though.
That's not that difficult.
Do they come with bags of money? Like, do they travel with a bag of money and then they go and they tell senators, flani, there you go, bro?
No. It doesn't work that way.
Some of them, they just send directly.
No, it doesn't work that way. They are brokers.
Or there's someone who receives money on their behalf.
There are people who receive money on behalf of the others. And there are those who are known to be honest brokers. There's some, they don't give that person any money.
Ama nile senator anaambia governor, okay, uko wapi, uko ofisi? Haya, wacha natuma driver hapo. Then someone just shows up. Sasa nimetumwa na senator. And they give them the bag, then the guy leaves.
They do.
Yeah.
The honest and the dishonest broker. Even when we didn't have a Senate, there were people who were known in Parliament as honest brokers, and people liked them because whenever they're given money to share,
Yeah.
they share it exactly as was given.
Yes. Nelson Harvey has been accusing some judge, I'm forgetting her name, it's a lady justice, and he's been saying that this lady, takes bribes.
How does he know this?
So he wrote it on his social media space.
Yes.
Yeah.
How does he know this?
Because it has happened between him and her.
Yeah, so what was the problem? He didn't have enough money, or she demanded more?
I honestly I can't remember the story, but it's on Nelson Harvey's Facebook page. You can go check it out. But what I remember is this lady has got a broker, a fellow judge. I think it's a retired judge who does the receiving on her behalf. So City, you have a case. The retired guy comes. I think he's retired. I could be wrong on this. The retired guy comes, and then he's like, nimetumwa na mheshimiwa. You do your thing. Then you wait a couple of days, weeks later, your case is dismissed or is ruled in your favor, and life goes on. But again, it remains an accusation until proven in court.
No. This isn't one of those things that we give an academic brush. It happens because we've had situations where traps have been laid and judges have actually been found to do exactly what they're accused of. Sometimes, depending on what you want, a file can get lost.
Yeah.
All manner of things can happen. But that they are brokers within the judicial system. It is Kenya.
Even arrest warrants, by the way, can be issued,
Yes.
depending on the case. Bro, unaweza kwa tu mekaa hivi, you think your case is ongoing vizuri sana, and you just see policemen walking here. City, you under arrest for what? They read for you the charges, and you're like, wait, hold on. That thing
in court.
Yeah, ilisikizwa last week na nikaambiwa ABCD, of which I have complied with. They're like, bro, here's an arrest warrant, let's go.
That now is extortion. You are being offered a certain degree of inconvenience, but an opportunity is being offered to you to try and remove that inconvenience. Paul, it is not possible for there to be accusations of this nature.
Yes.
Why did we have the radical surgery of the judiciary? Why? It is because of such issues. It is known. It can't be a secret if two people know it.
Yeah.
Okay? Because then everybody looks for their 10 best friends and swears them to secrecy. And they also look for their 10 best friends and swear them to secrecy.
Hakuna siri watu wawili.
No, sangapi. All these things that we speak of, whether it is policemen and women, whether it is lawyers, whether it is judges, bro, if they are within the judicial system, judges who everybody knows, if you wish to have a quick loan, you go to that person. Within parliament, it is known there are certain individuals, if you need the odd 500,000 shillings, speedy, you go to that person. So the Kenya we have is full of such cases. It's not innuendo, it is not suggestion, it is just a simple fact of life. If you have something that bothers you and you want it solved in a particular way, you ask the court, you'll be told, let us see what can be done. And then you will be told, this is what it might cost. It happens in this country. Not conjecture, not suggestion. It's not a fairy tale. It happens.
Let's do a little bit of traffic. Gong Road. Not looking bad. I'm looking at that stretch from Kenya Science Campus, University of Nairobi. Kotu sawa. If you're heading towards town, you are good to go. When you get to town, there's that road known as Haile Selassie. It is okay. But when you get to that roundabout, Malikuna easy coach pale, ukielekea Kamukunji, now that is where the mother of all traffic jams in Nairobi is at.
There's always a traffic jam in that place, isn't it?
But it's because there are several bus stops there.
Yeah, but there's also the Wakulima market.
And there's that as well.
And then the Wakulima market, some of them also push their ways right onto the road. So the passage of road is narrowed at that point in time.
Exactly. Yes. Landis Road is looking good. So if you're coming from Jogoo Road at this particular hour, you're moving quite well actually. Market Dara, ile traffic inakwanga po kawaida, leo haipo kubwa sana, kadogo tu. Na hii ni, probably maximum 30 seconds and you're through. Jogoo Road nimekwambia iko sawa. Alafu tuingie Outer Ring Road. Outer Ring Road today is looking mwah. There's that bus stop at Total Energies pale karibu na Donholm. That place is always jam-packed. But again, like I said, it's because it is a what? it is a matatu bus stop. Outer Ring Road iko sawa, lakini kule watu wa fedha, Tena Estate ni nini, nyinyi mnasonga vizuri. Airport North Road, you guys have got traffic from top notch rims and tires. I hope you know that landmark. But yes, that traffic is huge and it's stretching all the way to inapita Outer Ring Road. Alafu sasa inakuja inasimama. Unajua kusimama? Inasimama exactly after Outer Ring Road as you're heading towards Cabanas. So I don't know what you guys are going to do about it, but yeah, it's jam-packed. But if you're on Mombasa Road, you're moving quite well. All the way from Kitengela, ukielekea sehemu za town, nyinyi mnasonga vizuri. Langata Road pia naona iko fiti. Tukienda mahali panapoitwa Nakuru, kuna mtu aliniambia Mbuvi bana usilengange Nakuru. Nakuru ina traffic. Ninaangalia place yote, hiyo barabara yote ya Mawanga, Njonjoro, Kaptembewa, Kiamunyi, that entire road is looking clean, or rather the county is looking clean. Mombasa County as well. Tuaja watu wa Mombasa, nyinyi mna shida nyingi. Ile place na wana trafiki kidogo ni pale karibu na Naivas Supermarket Mwembe Tayari, ukielekea sehemu ya Biashara Street. Lakini zaidi ya hapo nyinyi msonga vizuri. Muyaka Road naona iko sawa, Muslim Road pale iko sawa, Tononoka Road yote iko shwari. Lakini kuna msongamano kidogo ukikaribia pale karibu na Sega Road. Hii barabara ni ya Jomo Kenyatta Avenue. Imeshikamana kidogo tu, lakini insonga vilivyo. Kama unatumia barabara ya Lumumba Road, hiyo iko sawa. Sharif Abdul Kadir Road, yote iko sawa sawa. Mambo ndio hayo, lakini ikiwa na chochote barabarani tunafaa kujua, longa nasi katika mitandao yetu.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Haraka. Let me give a shout out to Robert Koros. Guten Morgen, Team Kabarak in the house. Big Daddy Cool says, hello from Perth, Australia. The Real SC, hello, we are currently under winter advisory here in Minnesota. It's 10:16 p.m. John Goge, good morning, Team RG. I'm happy Mwalimu City is getting serious with morning Proverbs. Mbuvi alikuwa anatuangusha. Sasa niliwaangusha aje? Mimi hata sinanga Proverbs. Comment on yesterday's politics. Uhuru met Kachakwa first time in 3 years. Good. Is it the first time in 3 years though?
I wouldn't know how many times they've met. I'm looking at what is in the media, and they have met at a funeral.
All right.
Yes.
Marit, amesema good morning, Kings and Queens. Artemis 2 was launched today at 1:24 hours to orbit the moon for 10 days. Flight test kite iko locked in. Aya. Majok anasema Wakoli is the senator for Bungoma. Yes, indeed, we established that. Thank you so much, Majok. Ref amesema good morning, City and Movie. Is it possible for our nation to elect leaders who possess genuine goodwill? Sorry guys. Genuine goodwill towards the people, who's prioritizing public services over personal gain? Yeah, it's possible, my friend. We are the ones to decide, because we are the ones who vote.
Yes, but remember, you vote in someone, you must learn to find a mechanism for holding them to account. Yeah. If you do not hold them to account, they will go bad. Other influences will take over.
True story.
Every once in a while, you'll come across a leader. Since people are talking about Bungoma, there's one particular gentleman I know.
Yeah.
He's called Dr. David Eseli. Okay?
Right.
Simiu. That man is one of these fellows that he's talking about.
Yes.
A fellow who holds himself accountable. And he was a 3-term MP.
Yes.
You don't become a 3-term MP because it is some accident. You become a 3-term MP because your people want to keep electing you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So such people exist. My own member of parliament in Moroni, Onyango Koyo, is a 3-term MP.
Yeah.
And it's not as though he goes in unopposed. There are always people opposing him. But the people of Moroni have decided that they're going to continue electing him. Yes. And I'm sure if you go around the country, you will find the individuals of that sort.
Yeah.
They've been elected once. They've been elected twice. They've been elected thrice. People like Martha Karua elected 4 times. 4. My friend. It means your people resonated with you and they were willing to continue electing you.
True story.
Yes.
Mayo anasema, is it me or everyone? I'm struggling to hear CT. Ongeza mic volume ya CT. Mic yake iko tu mali na kuanga kila siku. Volume, that is the level. Unless yeye ndiye hataki kuongea kwa mic.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You're asking him. Wacha tuambie. Hesbon Sidona anasema good morning City and movie. Can we just agree unanimously that Maraga becomes the king for life? We suspend the constitution.
No, we can't agree.
Wanjala anasema good morning City and Paul. Tuning in from Tuda in Mombasa. Aya, sawa. Asante sana for coming through. Leni kutuma salamu zenu. Tutaziangalia vilivyo as we move through the show rather. Taifa Leo front page says this. Ndoto telezi ya Kenya kwanza. Wanasema huku baadhi ya vyama shirika kama vile PAA na maendeleo chapchap vikisema havitawania viti uchaguzini katika mwaka ujao. Ford Kenya kimekataa katakata kufuata agizo la kumezwa na UDA. ANC cha Mudavadi kilikuwa cha kwanza kusalimu amri. So when they say that, for example, let me go with chapchap. When they say that they won't what is it called?
Fold.
No, well, not fold really. But for chapchap specifically, wamesema they will not field candidates next year. So where does that leave them? There will be a party that has got no parliamentarians, MCAs, and what of the current members who are elected on that party? So they quit and they say, they join UDA and run on UDA tickets?
I have no idea what they're going to do. But we shall see, won't we?
All right, so here wameka mdosi wa ANC, that is Musalia Mudavadi, mdosi wa PAA, Speaker Amason Kingi, and then Ford Kenya leader Moses Wetangula, waziri Alfred Mutua wa Chapchap wako katika front page. Handisheki ya Uhuru na Gachagua yanukia. Hivyo ndivyo wanasema hapa katika Taifa Leo. Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta asalimiana na aliyekuwa naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua wakati wa mazishi ya Daniel Karaba eneo la Kirinyaga. Hiyo taarifa utaipata pale katika ukurasa wa pili. Likizo ya shule ya nyonya ladha ya Pasaka, sekta ya utalii hasa pwani yapata pigo baada ya likizo kugongana na sikukuu ya Pasaka. So what are they trying to say, that people are not traveling to the coast area? Waamerika wengi wakataa vita nchini Iran. Zaidi ya 60% ya raia wa Amerika wamtaka Trump akomeshe upesi vita dhidi ya Iran. Pata hiyo katika kurasa wa 8. Wahanga 1200 wataka pesa za damu. Wengi wamejitokeza kutaka fidia ya wahanga wa maandamano. Pesa za damu. This is what? Compensation.
Nafikiria ni hivyo.
Ile pesa ya watu ambao waliumia katika vita. Gikomba ni mwisho wa lami. Ubomoaji wa soko hilo kupisha sura mpya. Pata hiyo taarifa katika kurasa wa 4. Alafu masaibu tele ya walimu waliostaafu. Maelfu ya waliostaafu kuanzia mwaka wa 2024 hawajapata pensheni. Hiyo katika ukurasa wa pili. Hiyo ni Taifa Leo. Tukivuka moja kwa moja mpaka gazeti la Nyota, yani The Star. Rot, rats and raw sewage inside broken prison systems. That story is on page 4 to 5. Report paints grim picture of neglect across facilities. Governors risk losing their jobs for snubbing Senate summons. That story is on page 7. And we can see a picture there of Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja. Franco Chieng has written a story on page 17. Colonial era gamble. United Nations turned Olkaria into a geothermal superpower. And
that is an article by one Frederick Chieng.
Yeah, anaitwa Franco Chieng.
Yes.
And then on matters health, syphilis ravages sex workers as more than 10% test positive for syphilis, man.
Ravages, 10% means that's not ravaging. No, that's 10% is a small percentage.
Yeah.
The word ravage would mean that it is widely spread and it has infected a larger number, perhaps than 50%. Then you know it's ravaging them. Yes. 10%, no.
Kidogo yo si ravage. Wewe ravage kwako ni ndio ipatwe your title.
Yeah, it has to be extensive.
It needs to work a little bit more.
Yes. It means we need to move from 10%.
Okay. Heaven of corruption. That is on the Standard newspaper front page. A blistering United States trade report has cast the William Ruto-led government as a corruption-riddled market where bribes, opaque procurement, and regulatory hurdles lock out fair competition. piling pressure on Kenya as it pursues a high-stakes bilateral deal with Washington despite rising trade volumes. The warning signals a hard line from the Trump administration, with sweeping reforms likely to be demanded before any agreement is sealed. According to the National Trade Estimate Report, this is what it says: corruption remains a substantial barrier to trade and investment in Kenya, as firms continue to report challenges competing against foreign firms that are willing to ignore legal standards or engage in bribery and other forms of corruption. Hey, it's bad, City. It's bad. Because what these investors are saying basically is that you guys are not fair. We want to provide these services at an affordable rate, but it's not affordable if someone within the government is asking for a 10% kickback.
They're not asking, they're extorting.
Ndio hiyo sasa. You're rising the cost of investment and it doesn't make sense.
It's like there is an acceptable extortion rate. But this one of Kenyans is beyond the accepted rate.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are like, guys.
We know the rate is 1% maximum. You want 10, how?
And also the processes. Unaniambia nilete hii na leta. Then after nimefanya kazi yote juu City alikupatia kakitu, sasa unaenda na City umenifanyisha kazi yote PE for nothing. I've wasted time and money. You know, actually time is it's an expensive resource, especially for people in the West.
Time is a cost, not just in the West, man. Time is a cost.
What I mean is they take it more seriously than we do.
Yes, they understand the import of it, and that is why they take it seriously. The cost of doing business in this country has been cited as being prohibitive. When you're talking about the cost of energy, when you're talking the cost of licensing, the cost in terms of the length of time it takes for you to be able to actually get whatever legal documentation you need to do, it is a very lengthy process. Yes.
You know, going back to an example I gave you a couple of weeks ago, Zimbabwe. Yes, Zimbabwe. There's an aide to the president that was asking of, people who wanted to meet the president $200,000. $200,000 right now is roughly 26 million Kenyan shillings. Imagine, City, you have paid that bribe, let's say, that facilitation fee. So you pay this facilitation fee of 26 million to see the president. And the president is seeing several other people who probably want to do the same business as you. So you see the president, and eventually that business is given to someone else. Because you thought when you were facilitating this meetup with the president, chances are it's a done, because 26 million is not too
you want to give money so that you can see the president, do your homework properly. That one.
Yeah. Sasa umeshapeana. 20 other investors have done the same.
Yes.
For sure, seeing you, it's only one of you who's going to get that business.
Yep.
So you see there, you've not only wasted your money, you've wasted your time. And this is an unfair competition.
Who asked you to go and give 200,000 US?
At the end of the day, fine, I'm on the wrong for sure. But unacheki kinye wanajaribu kukwambia.
Unaelewa sana. Haven't we heard in this country that whenever there is a round of appointments being made in parastatals, there are individuals who make a killing from that?
Yeah.
Promising this. Those who set up those business booths are criminals. Those who go and give money are aiding and abetting criminal acts. So they are also complicit in the crime. I have absolutely no sympathy whatsoever. None.
I'm not asking you to have sympathy. I'm just letting you know.
I moved from Zimbabwe. I came back to Kenya.
These guys are complaining that, look, you guys are just making business difficult for us.
I do not see and understand the logic of why, if you seek to get involved in a practice that even you know is not right, you then want to complain. What are you complaining about?
Ndio maana wanasema, we'd rather go invest somewhere else.
See, that's precisely the point.
And it is hurting us. Because at the end of the day, there's someone somewhere in a high office somewhere who's receiving $200,000, yeah? And I'm just going with this figure. It's a random figure. It could be more, it could be less. It could be zero. But there's someone somewhere who's receiving this figure somewhere. But at the end of the day, it's Kenyans who are suffering. Because at the end of the day, investors are not coming here because they're like, in that place, mutakulwa pesa na hakuna kitu inafanyika.
Actually, the story of investors not coming to Kenya is not a correct one. Nah. With all these problems, there are very many people who still want to do business here. Do not be fooled for a single second.
But what kind of people are they, City? They're the kind of people who are making us have expensive loans. Because
no,
Paul. Yes, City.
No, it is not.
Hizo kickbacks unadhani zinaenda wapi?
No, Paul. The toll booth is set up by people who are in authority.
Yes.
Okay? There are those who have no problem with the toll booths. Okay?
And they'll pay.
Yes, exactly. So
yes.
I am making the point, not a legal one, not a righteous one, not a moral one. I am saying that the statement that there are no people who want to do business in Kenya, that these numbers don't exist. I'm saying it's not true. There are very many people who are very willing to come and do business in Kenya.
And they'll pay that toll.
And they'll keep coming to do business. Yes.
Right. And
that's my point.
Yes, thank you. And my point is, at the end of the day, these toll booths, as much as it is this investor who's paying, eventually that cost will still circle back to the Kenyan. Because
you're right.
Yeah, he's not going to make a loss. He'll give that 10 million or 26 million for that matter. But hiyo 26 million, ataiongeza tu kwa ile cost yake ya business, na nyinyi ndio mtalipa kama
Well,
Kenyans.
case in point is oil, the fuel. If you raise the price of fuel, the person who pays the price and bears the burden
is the consumer.
Yes, exactly. Whether it's a matatu, you're boarding it,
yes.
Whether you're buying food that has been transported, you bear the brunt of it.
Kweli.
Yes.
150%.
And all that has happened is that the cost of fuel has been increased. Yes. So I agree with you completely. You see, Paul, when you do not hold leaders to account, they are not going to suddenly become wonderfully beautiful, pink, shiny
ponies.
No. They'll become rotten.
Right.
They will become even more obsessive with their corruption.
Yes.
They'll do worse things than they did before. And the problem with wrong is doesn't just feature when you're referring to money. You will find wrongdoing being manifested in very many ways. You'll find suddenly some really absolute crazies who go around killing girls. You'll suddenly find it's on an increase. You'll find situations where somebody has gone and shot himself and shot his... Bizarre things will happen. These are mental health issues that are brought about by the collective nature of the outcomes. And if you look at it, we do not, we will not, we cannot, we somehow believe we cannot hold our leaders to account. And when you try to, in your own backyard, we wacha kuambia mkubwa hiyo. No, mkubwa is wrong. No, we wacha. Now, we are being robbed right before our very eyes by our members of parliament, by our MCAs, by our governors. And then at the national level, it's not as though the grand heist is there. The grand heist is everywhere where there's money. So, if we want things to change, we are the ones who need to change first. We need to understand that we have to have this zero tolerance we keep talking about. We have to have it.
We need to actualize it.
Yes, and so when someone tells you, here's money for tea, tell him thank you so much. I'm very grateful. Yes, but
keep your tea.
Just keep your tea and tell me what you're going to do for me. That's what I want you to tell me. And give me evidence as to what you're going to set in motion, something I can understand, so that I can see it. Then I will vote for you, but you do not need to give me 100 shillings. Yes.
Over to you.
U.S. flags persistent tender fraud, customs barriers in Kenya. We've just discussed it. Why court approved liquidation of collapse ex Pilico insurance. Okay. Shilling hits 130 to dollar on Iran war. Okay.
Shilling hit
130.
Today on Monday.
$2. Yes, this was going to happen. But we've studied it for a long time, Chief.
Imeongezeka na kashilingi.
Maze tumekamata ikitu steady.
It's been what, 2 years now?
Yeah, man. Until even the foreign countries explain, well, you know, guys, this thing is supposed to be higher than this, man. Come on, man.
I was watching someone try and explain it on TV some time back.
How did they fare?
Bro, walijuma ulimi. It was then you
Right. Ndindi Nyoro Thika MP buy KQ shares amid investor deal talks. We're talking about some 49.2 million shillings, which represents the purchase of 10,396 shares. Good for you, Ndindi Nyoro, and the MP for Thika. Well done. The MP for Thika is Alice Nganga. Okay? So namjua?
Namjua Ali Sang'ang'a.
Wamfahamu sawa?
Namfahamu kabisa 100%.
Alisi basi. Payslip blow as Mbadi holds back tax cut plan. Mbadi had said guys who earn 50,000 and below would enjoy income tax ranging from 731 shillings to 2,127 shillings. He has said
hold it.
Yep. And according to this paper,
yes,
tax law amendments shelved as finance bill draws closer.
Yes.
Let's look at the Daily Nation.
Let's.
Court relief for workers on SHA. A court has temporarily barred the Social Health Authority from locking out workers from accessing treatment in hospitals over delayed remittances by employers. This is a very important point. Something we didn't consider when we're looking at this. When SHA says you're not getting the guys know they paid because they were deducted.
Yes.
But we didn't consider the employer may not have remitted your money. Remember we encountered it when there was this doctor strike in Kiambu.
Yes.
We were being told that, well, what happens is the money is deducted.
But it never reaches.
Yes, so we can't access healthcare. Yes.
It's happening.
It's happening.
Yes.
Right.
But unafaa kujiuliza pesa inaendanga wapi?
Well, the institution has it. I can tell you where it goes. It pays salaries. Or it does other things that the company does.
But don't forget that those salaries you're talking about, those ones who are also paid are also being deducted that remittance.
When money is given to you to pay, you have it. It's in your account. Then you deduct. It means that you pay the worker less than what you're given to pay him, isn't it?
Yes.
By virtue of income tax, blah, 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 blah,
Right.
blah. So these remittances are in your account.
They are remaining with the institution, yes.
Yes. Mkonazo.
Your employer is the one who's keeping that
Yes,
money.
so the question, what does he do?
Yeah. He continues keeping it.
He buys stuff.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah. Na hapo ndio shida iko.
Mingi shida.
Umeibiwa.
Mingi shida. Signs of a handshake, elusive truce. Okay, 9th, by the way, of every month is when the employer must remit the employee's contribution to social health insurance. 9th, Tereti Tisa. Signs of a handshake. There are close political allies, rather, they were for years until 2022 presidential campaigns that drove a wedge between them. Who are they talking about? Rigathi Gachagua and Uhuru Kenyatta. Okay? Rigathi Gachagua was arrested on corruption charges, escalating the conflict between them. President Uhuru Kenyatta, during the inauguration of William Ruto, President Gachagua, then Deputy President-elect, gave Kenyatta a public dressing down. Wewe! Bada. And again, wewe. Okay? Now they were at this funeral of a former senator. And they seem to be it's all smiles here, but these are political smiles and political.
But what other option do they have?
I don't know. See, they're the ones who can tell us what option
they don't have another option.
Why do you say this?
They've got to have some bromance now going forward.
I am listening to the ground from my home in Ishaweri. The ground is saying that people should unite. They do not want to hear about greed for political seats. This is a quotation from retired President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yeah.
Now the quote from Rigathi Gachagua, who said we can never come together again. He, Kenyatta, is my elder brother and my kinsman with whom I have a history that Ruto intends to taint. Ruto must feature in this conversation, mustn't he? Wiper leader Kalonzo, there are certain wings of government that never imagined this could happen. They will not be amused. They might even send KRA to harass you, Kenyatta. You know, I find this stuff a bit exhausting.
Okay.
To be honest with you. How can this be the diet that we are being fed on a daily basis? Daily. Day in, day out. Day in, day out. We have a problem with grade 10 issues. We have a problem with health. We have a problem with security. Aye, man. Aye.
What would you rather hear?
It has nothing to do with Uhuru and Rigathi. It is us in the media. This is our doing.
Yeah.
We are the ones who further these narratives and these stories.
Us in the media.
Yeah, I mean that the funeral was the funeral.
Yeah.
These guys who are there, it could have been a line, but it's an entire. You can't miss it, can you?
Front page, yeah.
Yeah. Everything about it except the Shah story is about it. Yeah. So our politics,
yes,
is retrogressive.
Umemaliza gazeti?
Nimemaliza na gazeti bwana.
Haya. Salamu zimfikie. Mayo amesema yes, City, good morning, anakusikia vizuri sasa. Alex Gioko Amesema, good morning, radio Generation. What a lovely morning. Tuned in from Trans Nzoia County. Well, Alex, thank you so much for tuning in. We want to take that news break where Winnie Maganga is going to be giving us an update on what's happening. Then we are hosting the Principal Secretary, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. That is Susan Ouma Mangeni in the next couple of minutes. So don't go too far. We will be right back. Any questions? Well, you know what to do. Zitume hapa hivi.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education says schools will receive government funding before second term begins on April 27th. Basic Education Principal Secretary Julius Bitok says the money will help ensure schools run smoothly across the country. He adds that priority will be given to funding and supplying textbooks, especially for students joining grade 10. The government plans to use artificial intelligence in police recruitment as part of efforts to improve the force. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen says the move is aimed at making the process more efficient and transparent. Murkomen says this marks a shift from manual systems to modern technology in policing.
The next police recruitment should now move to having a lot that deals with AI, technology. We cannot continue recruiting in the same manner and expect us to be in a competitive way. It is important that we get professionals who specifically support the National Police Service to be able to combat these challenges. And Director of Criminal Investigation should lead even as we deal with other departments. And this is one area that I promise the people of Kenya that this administration will embark on immediately.
Business and transport in Machakos town were disrupted for the second day on Wednesday after clashes between traders and security officers. The trouble started when contractors and suppliers protested over unpaid bills, some dating back nearly 2 years, and threatened to march to the governor's office. Some of the traders were injured during the chaos and now accusing police of using excessive force.
Stated that we were coming for a peaceful protest. We were welcomed by goons, beaten, chased away. We are just seeking for our justice, our payment. And the funny thing is, the people who are beating us are the same people who are wearing our uniforms.
Amepigwa vibaya, very serious, amepigwa vibaya sana.
Ameshikwa Jose na
Kioko. Wamepigwa vibaya.
A section of the Orange Democratic Movement Party says it will take National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula to court over the suspension of Kitutu Chache Member of Parliament Anthony Kibagendi. The group, led by Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and Embakasi East Member of Parliament Babu Owino, says the suspension is unconstitutional. They plan to file the case urgently, seeking orders to compel the Speaker to follow a court ruling issued last week.
The suspension given to Anthony Kibagendi by the Speaker of the National Assembly is null and void, just simply because Anthony Kibagendi uttered words which to the Speaker he thought that were not ones that should be uttered in public. And I want to say that Kibagendi had a right to speech, a right to speak, because we know that freedom of speech is the oxygen of democracy.
A court in Australia has ruled that the family details of alleged Bondi attacker Naveed Akram can be made public. His lawyers had asked the court to keep the names and addresses of his mother, brother and sister secret, saying they feared for their safety and possible attacks. However, the court ruled against the request. Akram is facing 59 charges over deadly attack at a Jewish festival on Bondi Beach that left 15 people dead. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. How are you doing? I was just looking, because we're going to be talking about MSMEs in the next couple of minutes. Ruto has called for fast tracking of the creative economy bill to protect musicians. Musicians have been complaining for a very long time. I do not know.
About what?
Let me just read this story that is on Radio Generation. President William Ruto has expressed concern over the exploitation of Kenyan music artists, particularly those in the gengetone and abatone genres, citing the loss of their intellectual property through questionable contracts with foreign entities. Siti, do you know what gengetone is?
I was going to ask you, gengetone ndio gani?
All right, so kuna gengetone na kuna abatone. So gengetone, kuna wasanii kadhaa wanaimbanga. This is the only way I can describe it.
Explain to me, who sings gengetone?
Have you ever heard of Sailors Gang?
No, I haven't, but I'll follow up and see.
Have you heard of Boondocks?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Have you heard of Ethic?
No, okay.
Hey.
Sailors Gang, what do they sing? Gengetone
Sailor,
or urban tone?
Sailors Gang wanaimbanga genge. Wote nakwambia ni wa gengetone. Tutaingia hapa tu. Ukisikiza music yao utaelewa. Then now let's get into urban tone.
Urban tone.
Urban tone. Do you know of a guy called Kolo Blue?
Even read simjui.
Kolo
is spelled K-O-L-O, C-O-L-O.
No, Kolo with a C-O-L-L-O. So Kolo, like then, collaboration, then but B-L-U, Kolo.
Then B-L-U.
Then blue, the color. Yeah, so Kolo Blue. Then let me give you another one who does his maybe a prominent one. Unajua jamaa anaitwa Furthermore.
I don't even know otherwise.
Furthermore. How do you Furthermore?
How do you spell it?
Father like my father. Yeah. Then more, yani furthermore. Okay. Furthermore.
I will look for these fellows. I'll listen to their songs.
Yeah.
And I will know genge as opposed to urban.
I'll give you another one. Kuna moja anaitwa YBW. Yeah. You won't write that down? So these guys
okay, uni genge ama ni urban?
Huyu sasa ni urban tone. YBW. Okay. Na kuna moja anaitwa Diana Cods, Diana with a Y, D-Y-A-N-A, then C-O-D-S. So Diana, one word, then it's a girl, it's a lady. Diana Cods. Sasa huyo pia anaimbanga urban tone. Yeah. So if you listen to, you'll even tell there's a distinct sound to both ninis. Then because that's the only way I can explain it.
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Yeah. But the urban tone artists, it's like they borrow a track, a tune. They borrow from maybe an old track, and then now they remix it, and then they sing it in their own way.
That's good.
Yeah, so that's a very distinct feature rather of urban tone, right? Gengetone hiyo sasa nimekwambia hiyo ni original, lakini iko na utasikiza tu utajua
ikanunua vitu zake.
Uta compare. So now the president is saying, this is speaking after a meeting with several young musicians. The president revealed that over 700 songs have been affected, including the 2022 hit Sipangwingwi. Unajua Sipangwingwi? Sipangwingwi dung 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 dung, Sipangwingwi dung 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 dung. No?
I heard of the word. I didn't know there was a song attached to it.
During the presidential campaign, specifically President Ruto's campaign, he actually used this song a lot in his campaign. Ndiye alikuwa anafungua nayo. And then the youth would go crazy. Kina mama mboga hao sasa wenye alikuwa na target, the hustler, watu wa boda boda, watu wa mkokoteni. Hizi ndizo ngoma zao. Sipangwingwi dung 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 dung, tipangwingwi dung 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 dung. Man,
I heard of the phrase.
We can't play it.
But as I said, I did not know that there was a song attached to it.
Ulikuwa nadhani president alikuwa anasema tu sipangwingwi. Hiyo kupangwa sasa ilitoka kutoka muziki ambao ulimbwa na jamaa anaitwa X-Ray. Sema X-Ray.
X-Ray.
EX then RAY. X-Ray, not the X-ray for medicine. Yeah, ini X-Ray. And another gengeton artist called Trio Mio. You know Trio Mio? Unajua Trio Mio? Would you Trio Mio?
Paul, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
Do you know Major?
Why don't you just tell me the story? I honestly don't know any of these people.
So the president says that over 700 songs have been affected, including the Sipangwingwi hit of 2022 by X-Ray, which had become a cultural touchstone for many Kenyans. So he met a couple of gengeton and urban tone artists who shared deeply troubling experiences regarding the loss of the rights to their music due to questionable contracts with foreign entities. So some of these artists, they get into a contract because, you know, the majority of these guys are usually broke. They have the talent, but they don't have the money to produce the music. So you meet this foreigner who tells you, how much much money do you need? You're like, producer plus video plus, you know, lunch, plus studio time. I'll probably need 100,000. So this foreigner gives you this money. Then he tells you, now for me to recover this 100,000, sign here. So that ile pesa tunatengeneza, this is how we share. So you probably get X amount of money, or this percentage, I get this percentage. But most of the times, my friend, hiyo inakwanga tu on paper. In reality,
these musicians of ours don't have agents, or these are the agents.
Some of them don't have agents. Because you see them, they're like, mi najijua, najitambua, sipangwingwi.
I see.
So jua pangwi, so ya anaingia kwa contract without necessarily having the legal knowledge or technical know-how of how this particular contract is going to be executed. So at the end of the day, you see this foreigner driving expensive cars, drinking expensive champagne, living in lavish apartments in Kileleshwa and Kilimani, Karen, Runda and Kitusuru. Wewe bado uko huko Islando unang'ang'ana pipeline. Yeah, you can hardly buy yourself lunch. You can hardly. Some of them are even called for radio interviews such as this one, and they can't make it because anakupigana kwa mazee mbuvi. Nataka kuja interview lakini jo sina bus fare.
Sumtumie.
And you're like, your song is a hit. It has over 1 million views on YouTube in the last couple of weeks. I mean, bro, at the very least, you should be able to afford bus fare. You have a producer. This producer should be taking care of you somehow. And they're like, hapana manzejo producer jo hata ashikangi simu zangu. And you're like, okay, but niliona uko under this particular label called RG. Manze RG hata sijui waliandanga wapi buda. And you're like, okay, what about the earnings from your YouTube, for example, the AdSense account? They're like, yo kitu najua hata si mimi niko nayo. Yo kitu ma logins ziko na mlami fulani manzejo sijui wapi. And that's how they lose money. So yeah,
nabada hawapangwingwi.
Yeah, hawapangwingwi. So you find, and then you know, when I can go kwa a program, let me call it a program, a timetable where you produce like several songs within a very short period of time. So that's why some of these artists, like in a month, they can produce up to even 3 songs.
3 songs.
3 songs, bro.
In a month.
Na zina hit. Ukienda kwa matatu hiyo ndio inacheza. Ukienda kwa inaitwa nini? Club ndio inacheza. Kwa simu yako ndio inachezwa. Ukiingia YouTube ndio inatumwa tu kwa simu yako tu. Yani wanakuambia listen to this brand new track. And for 5 weeks it's a brand new track. And these guys actually make money. But our artists, on the other hand, unfortunately, are not making money. So I don't know what the president is going to do about this, because contracts are binding. There are things, even when you go to a court of law, they'll tell you, okay, we can clearly see. Tunaona unakulwa pesa hapa. Na tunaona like city tunajua umekulwa. Lakini ulisign a contract. So the much we can do is just tell you, going forward, try and get out of this contract and have a new contract with a different producer or different promoter, and see how you can just... Because even in places like America, the UK, Australia, there are artists who find themselves in contracts and they're like, what did I get myself into? Because you're worked like a horse. You're doing concerts after every few weeks, and the money you're being paid... You come to realize that, oh my goodness, I shortchanged myself. I didn't know I didn't know that, for example, I didn't know that my music has got the potential of making 100 million in a year. And out of 100 million that you have made in that year, you've only been paid like 2 million, 3 million, ikienda sana 5 million.
The people who support you understand that for you that 2 million will be a lot of money.
For sure. And you know, some of these people actually pay you up front.
Yes.
So you sign, and there's a signing bonus. First of all, naambiwa hii tu ni umesign, here's $1 million.
Hii ni ya macho.
Yani, this is away from the 5 million that we will pay. 1 million is just a signing bonus. Then the remaining money you'll be paid quarterly. So after every 3 months, $1 million checks into your account. After every other 3 months, another $1 million checks into your account. And you see, for them, they're like, wow,
goddamn,
I've been struggling for the last 10 years.
Bwana hii.
Cumulatively, let us sijafikisha 500,000, and this guy has just given me $1 million for signing this. Hell, I'm going to sign this even for 10 years. And they find themselves rather bound in a bad situation.
Part of the problem is this. You see, when that amount of money arrives at you, and your experience with money has been an interaction with a far lesser amount, this becomes a bit mind-boggling. And you get the feeling that it's a limitless amount, and you can do limitless things. Not true. There is no such thing as limitless things.
Yeah. Initially, even here in Kenya, people were signing into these tunes, these callback tunes with these telcos. So some people signed into them, and they were offered an amount that they considered this is a huge amount of money. What? Yani ngoma yangu wanaweka kwa hii platform inaitwa www.com. And every month they give me 10,000. Oh my goodness. Gracious. For doing nothing. Woo. Yeah. Mtu anakaa until the books were revealed. Wewe ulikula 10,000. And the entity that is holding your music from that 10,000 made 20 million. And you're like, wait. But you see, there's nothing you can do about it. You signed a contract and you said you agreed to receiving, and this is a hypothetical amount.
So what is the president saying he will do to help these people?
We have agreed, according to the president, on practical measures to safeguard their interests and ensure they receive fair reward for their work. That's why I'm saying, going forward, maybe they just need to have new contracts. But zile za kitambo, imagine that money is gone because you signed, and it's binding. It's a legal contract. You can't agree with someone, right? And then now that tumeona pesa imeanza kuingia, uendo mkiuke umwambia ati hapana, mimi itabidi manzejo umenilipa hizo vitu, manzejo unaona hapo umekula 10 million na mimi ulinipatia 200,000. Haya hapana buda. You can't. It's a wrap, my friend. The only thing you can do going forward is be like, sasa hii contract, we need to see how we going forward we're going to because all, contracts have got an exit clause where you agree, nikiamua nimefika katikati na sijisikii natoka tu. Yeah, so you work on the exit and see. But some other people also wanakwanga na ufala. They don't check that exit clause because in some instances it doesn't exist. You're told here you will have to work for 10 years or you'll have to give me an equivalent of 100 songs before you leave. And so far you've only done 10 and you're thinking, oh my goodness, so I still have got 90 more songs to go. And you know, if you don't do it, you can be sued, Even in the US, some artists are sued because you agreed you will do 100 songs. You've only done 70. I need 30 more songs, my friend. Because the artist has realized, oh my goodness, I am making these record companies billions. And what they're giving me, I toshani. So it's crazy, man. It's crazy. So artists going forward, and that is why unaambiangwa, you need to treat music as a business. A lot of artists are usually told, treat music as do not just treat it as a hobby, leisure, tijuni kona talent, mimi nikishikanga microphone mazejo, mu spitting my rhymes. No. You need someone to tell you, like, look, this ndio shamba yako unalima. The same way you take care of your shamba with manure or fertilizer, and you put pesticides and herbicides. It's the same thing you do with your biashara. You need to know, who am I getting into business with? How will I benefit? Because at the end of the day, you are the one actually you are the table that everything shall be put on. So I don't know. I hope the president is going to do something about it. Something substantive, because he's saying, this particular article is saying, if successfully implemented, these measures could serve as a blueprint for safeguarding intellectual property across Kenya's wider creative sectors, including film, literature, and digital media. But my question is, it's been decades since we had this drama in the music industry. Why hasn't it been sorted out? We've had artists that have been doing music for over 20 years. I'm talking about the likes of Nonini. Ingawa Nonini alihamia America. We have folks like Jua Kali, who's still here with us. People like Nameless. Nameless, I think, was actually celebrating 25 years last week of doing music in Kenya. Or rather, doing music in general. And many others that I'm forgetting right now. Why haven't this... do I call them grandfathers in music? Why haven't they come up with model? Because we can actually borrow a few ideas from places like the West, from places like America, who are really good in protecting the rights of musicians. We can borrow a leaf or two from the United Kingdom, from Australia, guys who actually know what they're doing as far as artist rights are concerned. Why haven't we done it here? And then to make matters worse, we even have artists in parliament, or some have been in parliament before, such as Jaguar. Jaguar alikuwaga kule. Mimi sijui alifanya nini kuhusiana na muziki. We have John Kiarie, MP wa Dagoretti, sijui ni South ama ni North ama ni East. We have Jalango currently right now. He's been a radio presenter. He's an artist because he has actually done music, and he's a comedian. What have they done in safeguarding the rights of artists? Tunaongea juu ya film. First of all, the censorship in the film industry here in Kenya is just cray-cray. There are certain things you're told you cannot do as far as film is concerned. There are certain things, and yet guess what? It's happening in the West. Na huko ndiko pesa iko. Mimi sijui watu wanapanga aje. In literature, drama festivals, kama watu wanasikuanga censored. We need to first of all just get rid of this preliminary, if I may call them, obstacles before we get to the big guns. So, kazi kwa President Ruto na watu wake, and they need to include artists by there as they figure out how they're gonna legislate around artists' rights and so on and so forth. What government has done to stop illegal recruitment of Kenyans into the Russian army? Again, here we have a story by Musalia Mudavadi. Even ndivyo Musalia alisema, and I think this is something that was said that time he was in Russia, like some 2-3 weeks ago. The Kenyan government has adopted a comprehensive set of legal policy and diplomatic measures to curb the illegal recruitment of Kenyans into foreign military operations, including the Russian Special Military Operations, Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi told Parliament on Wednesday. Now, speaking in the National Assembly, Mudavadi outlined the multi-sectoral approach aimed at dismantling fraudulent recruitment networks and protecting Kenyan citizens from exploitation. I know if we were to sit with someone from Gava here, and specifically from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, wanatuambia ati hapana, this thing we were doing something under chini ya maji behind the scenes. But the problem here is, I sometimes feel like the government works very slowly.
You feel? You think?
I think so.
All right.
Very slowly. The wheels of government is not pole. It could be because of bureaucracy, perhaps, maybe, but also just first aid. Like, people are being recruited. What are we doing now? Do you think if this was happening in a place like the United States of America, if Americans were illegally being recruited into these armies across the world, they would take this long to put a cap on it? Of course not. It's something that would have been sorted ages ago. Look, this is what we have told you, and this is what we have decided, and this is kesi badai. anything legal hiyo tutafanya baadaye, but for now we are stopping this. Does that mean arresting people? Yes. Does that mean grounding flights? Yes. Does that mean locking out certain routes and certain airlines? Yes, because mkipatikana nyinyi ndio mnapeleka watu, mtafungwa. Or mtafungua biashara, you might not be arrested, lakini mtafungiwa na mtaambiwa hapa msilanda hapa. Na hizo ndizo vitu zitafanya watu wafanye nini? Wachangamke. And they stop doing this illegal recruitment. Then now we fly to Russia and we sit down with President Putin and his team and we tell him, yo man, I mean, what's up? Why are you targeting us? And of course they will tell you, but it is Kenyans who want to come. Yeah. But have you told them the full story? And that's when they'll be like, we haven't. But by the time that is happening, you have stopped Kenyans from going abroad and dying.
Absolutely true.
Saa zingine unajua sisi, let me use this term and Kenyans please forgive me. Sometimes wa Kenya tunahanga mafala and someone needs to slap the stupidity out of us.
Kuwa fala ni kuwa nini by the way?
We're idiots.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And we just need someone to slap that idiocy out of our minds. But we can complain, yes, it is all right to complain, but by the time you're complaining, someone has actually, but you will come to a realization that indeed this person was trying to help me. Yeah, so, but anyway, it is what it is. That's government for you, and government will do what government has got to do. States to use AI in police recruitment. AI is here with us, City, and it's helping us recruit the next Kipto. Now, the Kenyan government is set to bring technology to the heart of policing, introducing artificial intelligence in recruitment and replacing handwritten police books with a digital system to make reporting faster and more transparent. Have you ever gone to an OB? That is pale police station, pale kwa front office.
Yes, I have.
Those policemen who are usually at the OB have got the most beautiful handwriting on earth.
And they're very polite.
What?
Very polite.
Yes. And they know exactly what to ask, how to ask, when to ask, and where to write it. You even jump the gun and they tell you, hey, boss, si mimi ndio nakuuliza maswali. Mimi ndio nakuuliza, utanielezea vizuri ndio nifanye nini. They have got beautiful handwriting. And for some strange reason, inakanga ni kama anaandika na typewriter. And even the way the hand glides and...
Does that then not make you think that when it comes to the police service,
yes,
they deliberately put officers in places where their personalities and abilities would be best utilized?
Yes. Or some of them learn on the job. Me, acha nikwambie City, my handwriting is ugly. If you put me at the OB, hizo vitu zenye nitaandika hapo, zikifika kotini, hata judge atasema, hebu nileteni yule afisa aliandike kitu aniambie what on earth they have written here. But yes, they have, you're right in terms of they know who to place where.
You know, one of the things where I think now what you're calling behavioral scientists help with is understanding people's personalities and their mental and psychological leanings. So, for instance, if you want somebody to be in the, say, the record squad, certain temperament, a certain way of looking at life, okay? If you want somebody at the front office, you want somebody who's empathetic.
Yeah.
Somebody has a way of connecting with people, okay? If you want somebody who is in the canine service of the police force, somebody who
loves pets.
Well, yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Right.
Yeah, somebody who loves animals, you know, that sort of thing. Animals respond to nicely. Yes. And if you are looking for people who perhaps would be put in the section that deals with anti-terrorism, then you put a certain type of person.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
like, for someone to be a detective, someone to ask you questions and extract information out of you. You know that, what kind of person is that? Is that someone who's learned psychology? Is that someone who, like, what kind of person is that?
If you're talking about what it is that we seek to have, remember with the police reforms, when we started talking about policing services, community policing and so forth, the whole understanding was the police service need to be user-friendly. That is my term. People who the public relates to easily and the public does not fear. Because part of the problem that we have is that people fear the police. And the relationship is always seen as adversarial. Okay?
Yeah.
Because the feeling is that the police see you and the next thing is they are going to harass you. Okay? So people avoid them. And they wanted to reduce that. then there are those who ask the question, at some level, people need to fear the police.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, what do you mean at some level people need to fear the police?
Yes, I'm saying there's some who argue, and this is the argument, it's not my argument, that if people don't fear the police, then they will not fear the
authority that comes with them.
Yes, and the enforcement of the law.
But City, we, for example, even in a kawaida office setting, we respect authority, we respect bosses, we respect our superiors and our supervisors. We don't fear them. We respect them because of the authority they bring.
They're not policemen.
Yes, I'm trying to compare this to authorities. You will respect your boss because he holds the key to your firing or your hiring, for that matter, or you maintaining your job. So if it gets to a point of fearing, I think it will breed resentment, because the moment you resent your boss, then fine, you will respect him, but it is out of fear, and even your performance will not be because you love your job, but it is because of the repercussions and what this person might do to you. But if you respect a police officer, for example, you will not overlap, because first of all, you respect the laws of the country, of your land. But ukiona polisi pale mbele utajua, this guy will arrest me and I need to make his work easier. I feel like respect is better than fear.
That was the whole idea behind community policing, where the police feel, or the citizens feel, that the policemen are their partners in trying to ensure that there is security. But then, see, when wrongdoing becomes the norm, and it is couched in phrases like kutafuta, kufanya biashara, kuwa na deal, most of it is just wrongdoing and outright theft. And then it survives because there's impunity. There is a guarantee that you will not be brought to book. The problem with that is it's like a virus that then spreads. So anybody who has even the slightest modicum of power wants to use it to find a way of extracting and extorting and becoming wealthy. So everybody becomes an extortion businessman. Yes, everyone.
I was watching, there's a gentleman called Justin Timberlake. Do you know him? He's an artist.
He sings, eh?
Yeah, he sings. He's an American. He used to be in a group called NSYNC.
The group I don't know, but him, I've heard of him.
All right. So Justin Timberlake, there's a video that surfaced of him, and it was released actually by the police department that arrested him. He was arrested for drunk driving. So they call it, in America, they call it driving under the influence, right? So he was arrested for a DUI. And the cops, that they have this body camera. So when they approached him, it was procedural. Sir, license and registration.
Please.
Akatoa akapeana. Wakaangalia, wakamwambia, do you know that you are driving like this? Because he was swerving on the road. So actually the officer asked him, do you know why I've stopped you? Then the guy was very drunk. He was like, I don't know. So he was told, I noticed that your driving was a bit
wiggly woggly.
Yeah. So then he was like, what? I was following my friends. Maybe they were driving that way. Me nilikuwa nawafuata tu. So the officer told him, okay, exit your vehicle.
Tafadhali.
Nimeona pepa zako ziko sawa. Shuka gari. Then he asked him, have you taken something? Then the guy was like, I just took one, I think it was one beer. Zakunywa sana afani, milionja tu. Akaambia, okay, so I want to do a test just to ascertain that you are able to drive vizuri. And he was like, okay, twende kazi. So he was given the test. Akaambia, tembe hivi, he couldn't. Akaambia, sijui eka mkono wapi, he couldn't. Sijui mguu moja yenu, he couldn't. So the officer was like, I'm going to arrest you on suspicion of drunk driving. Then the person that he was with in the vehicle, it was a woman. She came out, she was like, guys, you cannot arrest this guy. Do you know who this guy is? And the cops were like, according to this ID, it says so and so. And they're like, but do you know who he is? And the officer was like, who is he? So then the lady was like, oh my god. So he went to Justin.
Wewe
ni nani? The guy is like, Justin Timberlake. He's like, yeah, I can see that, but so why? Like, what's the big deal? What do you do? And the guy is like, he lacked words, because he was like, you don't know me. Who are you? So I could tell the cops were young. they probably grew up in an era when Justin Timberlake had already exhausted his celebrity status, but he's still a celeb because he still acts and does a few songs here and there. So long story short, they recognize him. They were like, oh, so you're the guy.
Okay, but why are you drunk?
Yeah, so hands behind your back. So he was arrested. They put him in the vehicle, in the police vehicle. They took him to the station. Now the video still continued up to the police station, and they processed him. And then the guy was like, guys, I respect you guys are doing an amazing job. So they processed him, wakandika makaratasi. Then he was taken to a police cell. The police cell, then when he got to the police cell, it was just a bench and a toilet. So he looked at it and was like, so this is where I'm going to stay. They're like, yeah, this is not the Ritz-Carlton. Itabidi umekaa hapa. In the morning, we shall arraign you in court. And the guy was like, wow, what? What I was trying to bring out in this particular point is that the police handled him with a lot of respect, and he, in return, handled them with a lot of respect. There was no
altercation.
Yeah, do you know who I am kind of situation. Ati wewe unanishika aje? Mini Justin Timberlake. Let me even call the president. He didn't do all that. I'm sure he could have called someone in authority. Probably the governor of the state that he was arrested in, or a million other people. Maybe bata mdosi wao polisi. Angempigia na mwambie Buda, watu wako wamenishika. Na wangemwachilia. But he didn't. He faced the full nini of the law.
Essentially, he's a law-abiding citizen.
Exactly. And I'm sure he went before a judge, and the judge akamsikiza na akamwambia, next time usiendeshe kama umelewa, fine yako ni X amount of money, your points kwa license zimereduciwa to a certain point, zitaongezeka ukifanya nini when you meet the threshold for being reinstated.
Right.
And that is life, my friend. So fear versus respect. I think respect is better because it makes this place a better society. Kenya, it becomes a better place. We don't like when you hear your person has been arrested. Have you seen how parents jump and they come and look for their children who've been arrested by the police? It's too much work for nothing. Yeah. But anyway, now let's get into our conversation for today. Like I said, we want to talk about MSMEs. We want to talk about the Nyota Fund. We want to talk about the Hustler Fund. We're tracking the government's delivery agenda. And with us in studio is the Principal Secretary, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, Susan Ouma Mangeni. Madam PS, karibu sana to Radio Generation.
Asante.
Kwa mara ya pili.
Leo na generate nini?
Leo tuna generate maswali. Tuko na maswali mawili
machache. Sio mengi.
Yeah, I like it when you say machache.
Yes.
Let's talk about one of the biggest purposes that this department of yours was created for, and it's the bottom-up agenda. What are some of the milestones, perhaps, you can point out for us as far as your department is concerned?
Thank you so much. Once again, Happy New Year to our listeners. I think I was here sometime last year.
Yes, you
were.
And nimekuja tena. And this time round I've come with a lot in my hands, right? Because we've really done quite a lot.
Right.
So yeah, true. This State Department was set up to support the growth of the micro, small and medium enterprises sector, the MSME sector. Why? Because the MSME sector is the backbone of the economy. It creates many jobs.
Right.
It generates a lot of revenue to economy. And I think it's the sector that can really help us to drive job creation.
Yes.
To accommodate most of our young people. So we were created up to come up with initiative that can support entrepreneurship, try to strongly embed a culture of entrepreneurship, and to, especially among the young population. To this end, you've seen we've channeled out projects like Hustler Fund, channeled out the Nyota project. I mean, for the last, let's say, almost 8 months, this has been one of the most popular initiatives.
Right.
That seeks to create or form another community of upcoming entrepreneur in from among the young people in our society. So, okay, we also are set up to kind of try to undertake a number of policy reforms that can create an enabling environment to support the growth of businesses, especially small businesses in this country. And so to that extent, for the last, 2 years, I must say, we have been reviewing our policies, beginning with the MSME policy. Initially, we just used to have MSC policy, which was not taking into consideration the medium size enterprises, and that's very critical, because it's at the medium size enterprises where now you start seeing businesses that are more competitive, that can create secure and sustainable jobs in our economy. So we have reviewed the policy, so then we to integrate in the medium size, and also to create room for graduation, for scaling up businesses, because the biggest challenge we have in our economy is the stunted growth of the MSME sector. So you find a lot of players are still at the micro level and small level, and you see, if we do not start appreciating growth from the micro, you scale up to small.
Yes.
From small, you scale up to medium, and then eventually to corporates or to large enterprises. Then there will be no growth in the economy. So I think we've undertaken such reforms. Currently, we are also reviewing MSME Act, also again to bring in the medium enterprises within that legal environment, because we want our MSME. Once you start your business, you must you're beginning your business, but knowing that you have to scale up, you have to grow.
Yes.
Yeah. As you start making profits, you need to expand your businesses so that you grow and be of much use to our economy by generating more revenue. So we are currently undertaking, or rather formulating, financial inclusion policy arising from the experience we've had on the Hustler Fund, experience so far in the last 3 years. We are also undertaking policies around formalization.
Yes.
You've had many people talking about formalization, saying in our economy we have very high informality. Most of enterprises are not visible.
Yeah, they're not registered.
And you know, it's not just formalization, and this is what we're trying to change. You know, a question of just being registered.
Yeah.
It's not just a compliance issue. It is it's a question of being visible, so that then you can be supported to grow.
I think it's because they're afraid of the taxman.
And I think that's the notion that we are now trying to change. We want to change even the whole perception around formalization, because the moment you tell someone, okay, fine, is your business formalized? The first thing, you want government to know we exist so that they come for us. And you see, paying tax is not a bad thing also, if you have to look at it, because the taxes which we pay are just plowed back to the environment to support us. Infrastructures, because where will those infrastructures coming in? And again, formalization is not just about pegged on tax. It could also be a form of being known, so that we get to understand the level of your business, the needs, the environment in which you're operating in, the sector, so that then we bring more benefit, we bring more incentives to you. Because if we do not know you exist, how do we even come up with tax holidays? You can only come up with tax holidays in a space where you know so and so exists, this is their level, this is how much they make, these are the returns and all those kind of things.
Maybe they think
turnover,
it's a complex space to be in.
And exactly, so that what we were doing is, first of all, just to we want to change the whole perception around it. There's a lot of misconception, misinformation around it. So how it's been sold, it's been sold as a compliance as opposed to a benefit, as opposed to a growth benefit to a business. So people look at it as, this is so punitive to me. People don't look at it, the more I'm visible, the more my business will be supported, the more I can get linkages to the market, because we cannot link you to the market if we do not know you exist. And one of knowing you exist is for you to come forward, go through the necessary regulatory system. But again, also one of the challenge which has been there, aside from lack of understanding and misinformation, has been just the complexity of some of these regulatory system
frameworks. Yeah,
they become so complex in a way that navigating them becomes a big challenge. For instance, and I want to thank His Excellency the President because of him insisting that we need to digitize government services, because compliance happens through those government services. So let's say you want to set up like this media studio. You see, there are so many regulatory frameworks that you have to navigate. First of all, you need city council needs to know that you exist, right? The media council needs to know you are there. CAK needs to know you are in this space, and so many other entities, authorities also that have got a direct function need to make sure that you align with their requirements. But then the question is it easy to navigate? What is the cost? What is the burden cost attendant to that? And where are these institutions? Are they in one platform where you just wake up, plug in and say, okay, fine, this is one template, this is, so
it's a one-stop shop.
Exactly. Or is it a question of moving from one office, even physically, to another? And what is the time frame that takes you? So that complexity is what makes people to give up even before daring. So what are we doing in that space? Through leveraging on the digital technology and the platforms that come up with, especially the e-citizen, you are able to get all these service in one-stop shop from your, from the comfort of your house. You want to do this business, you're able to tell, okay, what is needed. So can I get a link to who is doing this? And this has kind of eased the entry into business. So it's not so much a difficult thing. You remember, not long ago, you'll go to a kiosk, just a very simple kibandoski.
Yeah.
You find there's so many papers, like posted on the wall. You may think the wallpapers, all over.
Several murals.
But all these are compliance certificates. What they make even that shop become more ugly because you have to display them. But today, the digital, with the e-citizen, you can get all this because we have so far onboarded more than 22,000 government-facing services, making it easier for people to gain an entry into business. And to me, that's the most important thing. And as we progress with making sure that we create more one-stop shop on a number of areas that we need, compliance around.
Yes.
The more we are going to create visibility, the more people will find it easy to gain entry into business. The more we will avoid these running battles with authorities, because then it becomes so affordable, and less costly. And in terms of also time, it's not even about the financial resources that you need to put in, but even the time that you take. So picture this situation. You've come from, you are a graduate. You've come from college. So you're figuring out, how do I start life? And maybe you meet someone, gives you 50,000 shillings or 22,000 shillings, the way I was giving we were giving to our Nyota business support beneficiaries.
Right.
But then before you start off, you're being told, hey, you need to visit the Sakaja for the permit. Then you are still so I need how much at the minimum? Probably 5,000, depending on the kind of business that you're going to do.
Right.
First of all, where is that office? Is miles away. You need now also the fare that will take you there. And assuming you don't even live within Nairobi, or you live on the outskirts of Nairobi, the time you get the traffic and everything unsettles you. And you see, you will not experience that moment. The moment of excitement starts slipping away, because then it is so difficult. You get tired, you get exhausted.
It's lethargic already.
So then, but you see, business, you want to go there with a lot of passion, with a lot of excitement. But then when you meet these entry barriers, it discourages you. And that's why you see people now some do not even want to dare at all. They just say, let's give up, because now it's gonna be difficult. So these are the kind of reforms that you're doing, because the commitment that our administration gave in as far as transforming the MSME sector were 5. The first one was to decriminalize work, like widen the scope of work, recognize any sort of work that can enable a Kenyan put food on the table and raise some sort of income that, makes your day, you to meet your daily needs.
Okay.
Number one. Secondly, we said we are going to undertake targeted reforms in the business environment, so that we make it easy for someone to gain an entry into business and then also to reside in the business space. It's one thing to enter into a business, but again, also now sustaining yourself in that business can really become a challenge, because we're being told most businesses that start up, have got very high mortality, infant mortality.
They don't see their second birthday or their fifth birthday.
Some of this is because of how the environment is harsh. So we try as much as possible then to relax the environment, so then these businesses, once they're launched, they can gain momentum. Like I'll be talking about what you're planning to do or what you're already doing with Nyota beneficiaries. So we're looking at not just the taxation and any other compliance, but then also even how the private sector itself. Many people think a business environment is only about what is there from the government, the public sector formation. Business environment is also inclusive of the private sector. How are the various market forces playing out, and then also about our culture. What is our culture? What is our bringing? What is the practice there? And then the knowledge and the information that is there, all this constitutes that complex business environment. So we need to create then synergies across, so that we build an ecosystem that is supportive. You've seen a number of times people say, okay, government, people really blaming government when it comes to the difficult environment, business environment that we have. And then people say, okay, the taxation, the permit, the license. It's not all about that. It could be other factors which are within the domain of even the private sector. The private sector, for example, they were taking mechanism. How are they playing out to connect with the smaller businesses? Is it easy to do, if I'm a smaller business, to do business with a large enterprise? So, but what we need is to create an ecosystem where everybody sees a sense and takes on their responsibility, because if the small businesses thrive, equally the larger businesses also will thrive, because it's like they all support each other.
The synergy, as they call it.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question, Madam PS? The uniqueness of the Nyota Fund lies in its structure, reaching out to every county in the country. There's a component that I'd like you to speak about, the hand-holding.
Absolutely.
Because there is no other fund that I know of, whether it is Uwezo, whether it is Youth, whether it is Women Fund, that spelled this out, in addition to looking for people who previously had not been considered, either because of their academic qualifications or whatever business knowledge they have. Talk about this hand-holding, why it's important, how it is initiated, and how it is cascaded, so that those who qualify for the Nyota Fund can actually achieve this ecosystem that you've painted so very clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. But before I come to that, I just wanted to finish on the commitment. So the commitment number 3 was to unlocking access to affordable credit, and that's why you are coming up with initiatives like the Hustler Fund, as well as now the project that he's asking me to talk about, the Nyota, and many other catalytic funds, and those initiatives that we have in our economy. Then, of course, we also committed to also unlock or support linkages to market. Again, market also, the biggest factor to me, and the most critical factor that a business person is, especially one who is just gaining the first time entry into the business, want to look at, is the market available? Can I create a market? Can I develop a market? I mean, is it there? Or are you doing businesses that are not viable in a market? And then also provision of common users, infrastructure, commercial infrastructure, seeing how do we set up more common user spaces, because we know that our environment, the way our economy is structured, most of the businesses, 98% of all our businesses are MSMEs. And then it means
98.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all these businesses.
I knew there were many, not 98%.
98% of businesses in Kenya are MSMEs. Wow. I mean, they are either micro, small, and medium.
54% of them are agricultural.
Yeah.
Just so that you understand.
So that MSME, so the large corporates that you see around, for instance, the telcos and
only
the banks,
2%.
And that's why the question of unemployment, especially by supporting this sector to grow, comes now into being, because we know the only way we can support this sector is to support it to grow, so that then we start scaling them up. We start now having more medium enterprises in our economy, because already as it stands, we have missing middle, and even in that distribution of MSME, most of them are either micro or small. The medium percentage is so small, and it is at the medium size level where most jobs are created. The more you expand, the more you become a corporate, the more you automate and reduce the counts of job. But medium, there is where a lot of innovations are happening. That's where you bring in so many, like you put it, manpower. So those were some of the commitments. But then now coming back to his question, and he's asking, how did we design Nyota different, and probably what really informed the hand-holding, the mentorship. First of all, and the uniqueness of Nyota. Now, the uniqueness of Nyota, Nyota, first of all, is a pipeline. Let me begin by saying is a job creation pipeline that sets out two pathways. The first pathway is enhancing youth employability, and this one targets the skilling, exposure to work environment. This is what recognizing the existing skill sets. We also know that we reside in an environment, because the way we see in people doing things in an environment, we get to learn. We get to to learn and new ways of doing things just by observing, by helping. Like I'm sure nobody, you never went to school to know how to dig, to farm, isn't it? You saw your parents, you woke up in the morning.
So what they did, we did it.
You also started going along with them, right? Isn't it? You said,
it is so absolutely.
Yeah, so you also started saying,
the only thing I was taught to do was to milk.
Yeah, yes. Can you give me a hoe so I go? And you also start
digging.
Yeah. So you did not go. So with time, you become an expert in doing that. You become skilled. But now, for you to compete in the market, you must meet the certain standards which are met, are placed there, which you must meet to recognize that your skills can be utilized competitively. So we came up with a policy of recognition of prior learning. Those prior skills that you have, which you never acquired in a formal education system. So we know there are quite a number of young people, especially those that have not progressed beyond secondary education level. They know how to do something because they have to survive. They've learned through life experience how to do things here and there. Some are talented. Some knows how to sing, for instance.
Yeah.
They've never gone even to a saxophone class or do what, but they can do it by just what they have observed, what they have picked in the environment. So these ones, we assess the skills through our institution, NITA as well as TVET, and then you give them a certificate. The certificate enables them now to come out and compete
professionally.
And to us, we thought this is to unlock the employability.
We actually think that's a good thing. We discussed it here a couple of weeks ago.
Then we also have this set of young people For instance, if I want, because of limitation of resources, maybe to go for this professional, colleges to learn even broadcasting, for instance. Some young people have interest can come here and say, oh yeah, I want to know how to do this thing.
Yeah.
So they start learning from the work environment, work sites. With time, they will know how you are spinning it, the DJs, and will also start spinning.
You're very right. They do it all the time here.
And they do it all the time. They have not gone through a formal. They are learning practical skills in a live environment. So that pathway is targeted at enhancing the employability, so that then you can compete effectively in the job market.
Okay.
Now, the other pathway is where now we are in charge. We also realize that whereas we can skill young people, but the opportunities are not there, they have to be created. So that pathway, the one for entrepreneurship, seeks to expand youth employment opportunities. So we are enhancing employability, but also we are targeting now on how to create more opportunities. And these opportunities are entrepreneurship. So here we seek to create a community of young entrepreneurs. And I want to underline the word creating, because for a long time we've been met with these stereotypes that entrepreneurs are born, or there is this tribe which can only be good in business. I don't know if you're one of those tribes. That this community can do business. Yes. Other community, you cannot do business. Your surname or whatever. But the experience and experiment of Nyota, it has shown that there is no corner of this country where we don't have entrepreneurship potentiality. It is there, and there is no young person.
So what was lacking was the opportunity.
What is lacking was the opportunity. Let me tell you, one of the most interesting, yesterday I was telling some young people, they came to visit me in the office late, like around 11 p.m. And so what?
11 p.m.
Yeah, yesterday I left office at around midnight. So because they're there and they say, we need this conversation. And I was telling them that in my whole life, the first 2 months of this year, January and February, have been the most refreshing in my life. And why? It's because when we've been going around the country, we're not going around with this excellent president, to disperse the joy, that moment when these young people, money gets into their phone, is so refreshing. So, and remember, we went around the country, in every corner of this country. We touched all religious front. We went, I don't know, whichever communities there. And you could see it's the same feeling, it's the same passion, it's the same dream that you see coming there. In itself, it has demonstrated that people have been lacking opportunities. It's not ability, it's not even capacity. So what Nyota then seeks to show up, that even if you've not gone to school like everybody else through the popular system or achieve the popular or the basic levels, what it means, you all have your own. If you're exposed to a certain segment or your level segment of opportunity, you will still thrive. And this is now what has made Nyota, by recognizing that there's no young person who has an economic value, there's no corner of this country where business cannot thrive. I remember going to Boni Forest. My friend, I know you've not been to Boni Forest. So there is a ward there. There's a Basuba called Basuba ward, because you remember recruitment of our beneficiaries was ward based in all 1450 wards, and we gave it there was equity, equal numbers in this sense. And when we went there, first of all, people are saying, oh, you need to get security alerted, that place you cannot go. But I said that young people there, went there, and these young people told us stories. Look, this is the first time that we've seen these opportunities coming to us. And you know what? If we continue getting these opportunities, people will look at us differently, because if you are touching on the lives of, or you're bringing up 84 entrepreneurs, imagine 84 in that ward, and you pray to God that all of them get to succeed and set up enterprises, various enterprises, diverse sectors in that particular ward.
You'll transform
they
the
will
place.
open up that place.
Yes.
It will become more secure. The external world will come there. The world will come to that place, and that's how you start gaining this infrastructure. In the next 10-20 years, you never know, there will be bridges all over like we see in other developed world. You must begin from somewhere. So I think it was just an understanding that it's opportunity that is needed. But our young people are ignorant, and we've seen this. I don't know if you want us to finish, but one thing we have experienced in this mentorship is that 94% so far of the beneficiaries who we granted the startup capital, the 22,000, showed up in the mentorship. I saw so many people had so many, misleading thoughts around young people. Say, oh, these people will run away. I mean, they will run away. 94% received the grant and they showed up for mentorship. And in fact, the 6%, we are still reaching out to them to tell them come up, because this is your lifetime opportunity. It shows young people is not what we people think they are. I think we've been having a lot of misconception. We deny them opportunities, but then we come back and condemn them.
Madam PS, it's unfortunate that we have literally run out of time. I had so many questions about the manufacturing priority agenda, but that one gives us an opportunity for you to come back, perhaps this time around a bit earlier, so that we can
for a longer
period.
Yes.
Yes. But thank you so much for availing yourself, albeit that short period.
You're telling me we're done?
Imagine we are done.
No, you give me the next.
Our next guest.
I will give you Nyota.
Our next guest is literally waiting outside.
I'll give you Nyota.
Yeah. But as you even as we get into the news break, perhaps we shall organize with the producer when you can.
Yes, I need to come early now.
Asante
but
sana.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana. It's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Detectives are searching for John Pario, an immigration official who skipped court in a human trafficking case. He is accused of helping two people travel to Myanmar in 2024 and trying to help them avoid checks on return. Money transactions linked to the case were also found, and the victims said that they were referred to Pario through a trafficking network. Pario is now the third accused in a case at Kahawa Law Courts and was previously released on 50,000 Kenya shillings bail. I am ready to appear before the Senate County Public Accounts Committee, says Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja. He explained that he missed the March 25th session of the Senate County Public Accounts Committee due to a family bereavement. In a letter to the clerk of the Senate, Sakaja expressed regret for his absence and reaffirmed his commitment to cooperate with the committee, even as tension continued between the Council of Governors and the Senate. The national government has launched a rapid response initiative in Laikipia West aimed at eliminating substandard alcoholic drinks and other harmful substances. Officials said the initiative is part of a broader crackdown on the illegal alcohol trade to protect public health.
Na ile shida ya pamoja ambayo tuko nayo ni shida ambayo inahusiana na utengenezaji, unywaji na uuzaji wa pombe haramu. Alafu mnaweza jiuliza kwa nini basi sisi tuko hapa? Ni kwa sababu tumeketi kwa vikao kadha wa kadha na wenzangu ambao wako hapa. Na kwenye vile vikao tumekuja kukubaliana jambo moja, kwamba ile shida ambayo tuko nayo kubwa ya pombe haramu Nyahururu na zile sehemu nyingine ambazo zimetajwa, hii sehemu inachangia pakubwa kwa utengenezaji na uzaji wa pombe haramu.
The Kenya Revenue Authority has introduced the new simpler way for Kenyans to file their tax returns using WhatsApp. In a statement shared online, KRA says taxpayers no longer need to log into complicated systems or download new apps. Instead, they will file their returns on WhatsApp. The authority explains that many people delay filing not because it is hard, but because the process feels long and tiring.
This new platform represents the standard of tax compliance at KRA. By using WhatsApp to file, the tax processes become smoother, faster, and more accessible to everyone. Filing early not only demonstrates compliance, but also encourages others to adopt simple and efficient ways of meeting their obligations. This new platform represents the standard of tax compliance at KRA. By using WhatsApp to file, the tax processes become smoother, faster, and more accessible to everyone. Filing early not only demonstrates compliance, but also encourages others to adopt simple and efficient ways of meeting their obligations.
U.S. President Donald Trump says the United States will end its war on Iran soon, but could carry out limited strikes if needed. He also plans to say in a primetime speech that he is thinking about pulling the U.S. out of NATO. Trump did not give an exact date for ending the conflict, but said the U.S. will be out pretty quickly. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The England manager Thomas Tuchel has said Phil Foden does not have a guaranteed place in his World Cup squad. The 25-year-old Manchester City midfielder was the only player to start both games in England's final camp before Tuchel selects his 24-man squad, but he failed to fill the void left by striker Harry Kane's absence when he played in a false nine in the defeat by Japan on Tuesday. The Harambee Stars coach Benny McCarthy says he needs more time to build the team into what he wants, but questions remain as he does not stay in Kenya full-time. He only comes in about a week before matches, raising concerns about how he will closely monitor players, understand the local culture and shape the team's style of play.
Time together with the players, because when it's international break and then some players play on Saturdays and Sundays, and then they travel, then they arrive Monday evening, and then Tuesday you have a recovery session, and then you only get Wednesday, Thursday, and then you play on a Friday, and then you play on the Saturday or Monday. So that's nearly not enough time that you can spend with a team.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Hello and good morning. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 12 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? We are in this third hour and we want to have a conversation around equity and equality in national resource allocation. And with us in studio, a gentleman who will help us have this conversation is Dismas Mukua. He's a political risk analyst. But Dismas, kila siku anakuanga na title tofauti. Kuna siku atakuwa political risk analyst, kuna siku atakuwa policy analyst, alafu kuna siku atakuwa kitu tofauti. Dismas.
He's supposed to be the political risk analyst.
Political risk analyst. So it's only one title,
It's only one.
Yeah.
Nyingine policy analyst jielewa vizuri.
Nitakuomba utumie microphone for now as we sort it out, as we sort this one out. But now that we're here having this conversation, tell us a little bit about the difference between equity and equality in resource allocation in any setup.
I think that is a very broad question. When you are talking about equality and equity, let's say we are 3 people in this room.
Yes,
and
which we are.
Yeah, and you've got 9 shillings.
Yes.
If you're looking at equality,
right,
then everybody gets 3 bob. But if you're looking at equity, I'll probably get more. Because now you will divide the resources depending on one's needs.
Okay.
And that is the challenge we've been having in Kenya right from independence. You know, when you attend independence, there's this famous or infamous session of paper number 10.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's infamous or famous at this stage.
It's infamous.
Yeah, because they said they were going to allocate resources to places that are the highest return on investments.
Right.
What does that mean? That there are some areas which had been ignored for a lot of time.
Yes.
And nimeshtuka sana nikafikiria ni special branch.
No, they're not coming for you.
Oh, they don't just come like that.
Yeah, this is Engineer Juma. He's an amazing guy.
Yes, I've just met him outside there.
Right.
And he spoke very well.
Yes.
So now, under the circumstances with the session of paper number 10, there's some areas where we're going to invest resources in places that are going to give us the highest return on investments.
Right.
And that essentially means where the political elites come from. So during the first administration, if there was no son or daughter from your village, then the probability of getting resources was 0. And that went on all the way to 2010. Actually, the 2010 constitution tried to reverse that. That is why they came up with something called the equalization fund. That was a realization that the way resources were being distributed was not actually, there was no equality and equity.
Yeah, when was this equalization fund realized? Like when it did come to Kuanza Kazi?
Well, it's a creation of the 2010,
right?
But it's achieved different levels of successes. But still, when you look at that, the session of paper number 10,
yes,
there are some places in Kenya which have been marginalized for a long time. Like, for instance, the northern eastern parts of Kenya, where in other countries like Botswana, livestock production is a very big deal.
Yeah.
So one would have expected that you are going to invest resources in, the northeastern parts of Kenya where livestock is a big deal. Yeah, big deal. Yeah. After getting the 2010 constitution, that is when many parts of Kenya started interacting with what you may describe as maendeleo. That is when people started seeing tarmac roads for the first time. That is when people started seeing electricity for the very first time. So the 2010 constitution then says that we have to reverse this. There is the equalization fund.
Yeah.
But still, the people in office were a bit reluctant. They did not have sufficient motivation to ensure that there is equity and equality. Now, the difference in the budgeting for those two is that when you're talking about the traditional budgeting is how much money did we spend on road last time? 1 million bob. Then next year, we're going to make it 2 million. So the areas that have continuously and consistently received allocations for various projects, every year there's an increase. For instance, if you want to look at, just for instance, pick the top, say, 10 hospitals in Kenya.
Yes.
Where are they located?
Private and public?
Yeah, private and public.
Nairobi, and then perhaps Mombasa.
It's Nairobi and Kiambu.
You don't say.
I mean, let's start with the public hospitals.
Yeah.
What you may refer to as top of the range.
K&H.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'm the wrong person.
Private or public?
Public.
Public. He's asked specifically public.
K&H, Kenyatta University.
They're in the same neighborhood.
Okay.
Kiambu.
Yeah, if you're talking
Actually, you're right.
If you're talking about private hospitals,
yes,
all of them are still in the same neighborhood. You'd actually say that the difference between the Kenyatta National Hospital and you see they've got the same names, yeah? Kenyatta National Hospital and the other one is still
Kenyatta University.
Yeah. It's probably, one would easily say that it's about 30 kilometers away. From Kenesias.
Yes, you're right, because from town to that vicinity of Ruiru is about 20-something kilometers.
Okay, talk about the top national schools, top schools for boys.
Okay.
Just name 5.
Alliance, Mangu.
Okay, just stop there.
Okay.
Where are they located?
Kiambu.
And if you let him go on the list to make it longer.
Yeah.
Because top can't be 2 schools. Just mentioned as being
No, but you know, there's a reason why he stopped me at 2.
I know there's a reason why, and I want that question responded to in its entirety.
To sink, eh?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, okay.
Let me go ahead. So I started with Alliance.
I'm not the one interviewing you.
And I said Alliance, Mangu, Nairobi School, Maseno, and then Lenana, cities. You're my brain, and there.
Or the top schools.
St. Charles Luanga, Kitui School, Ziko kadha.
Kitui School.
Kapsabet. Kakamega.
Wait, mbona amekataa Kitui School? Why are you shocked with Kitui School?
Well, that's the first time I'm hearing of Kitui School.
It is a very... Bro.
What?
It is one of the most serious schools in the country.
Okay, there we go.
In the eastern side, it is the headquarters
Musocho,
of IBC.
which was actually it was Bishop
Bishop
Knight's Cardinal. It's a top school. I'm going to his backyard now so that he can be happy.
Kitui School is actually a C1 school.
My apologies for that.
Yes.
Now, the point I'm trying to make is that the session of paper 10.
Shimalatewa.
Wait, tumemaliza hii story.
Yeah. The session of paper number 10.
Shimalatewa is also a prison.
Yes. Session of paper number 10, according to scholars and practitioners, was actually a false start when you look at Kenya's economics and politics. Because even from a political perspective, it led to the clawing back of the Kenyan constitution, you know, Section 2A and all these kind of things, meaning that it's only the political elites who made it, who enjoyed the benefits.
Okay.
And it's even up to today. Still with the 2010 constitution, we have not realized the full benefits. That is why people have been talking about the need of having equity and equality.
Yeah.
That is why some people are surprised that in parts of, say, Western Kenya,
yes,
when the power authorities install a transformer, people break into a dance and song because they've never interacted with a transformer their entire lives.
Yeah.
There are many people, especially the ones who went now to the few schools from Western. And Western here is actually the broad Western. Luya, Kisii, Luo, you know, the entire Western. Majority of people from that part of the world interact with steamer when they come to Nairobi. Especially maybe up to 20 years ago.
Yeah.
When they've passed that, they've been invited to come to the university. That is when they start interacting with Maendeleo. That is when they even see a tarmac road.
Yeah.
You know, there are many parts in Kenya whereby elected leaders today, if they want to tarmac a road, they have to struggle to identify one. But in other parts of Kenya, especially Western, every road needs a tarmac. That is the reason why a few days ago when you had the SGR that is being extended all the way to Malaba.
Malaba, yeah.
Some Kenyans don't know the difference between Malaba and Malava. So people are wondering, so mnapeleka train Malaba for what? They don't know that it's supposed to be going to
Uganda.
Malaba. Yeah, so people, I mean, that tells you the levels of mischief or ignorance.
Okay.
And that is why the person who occupies the position of coming up with a budget is highly regarded in every society, because it's expected that you must have an helicopter view of the society to understand their interests, needs, and aspirations.
Yeah.
You know, in the UK, the office of the Chancellor, that is the person responsible for finances.
More or less the CS Treasury.
Yes. It's regarded as the great office of state. So after the Prime Minister, the Chancellor is number 2. Even here in Kenya, effectively...
And it's an independent office.
Yes.
As opposed to what we have here in terms of the ministries.
Almost independent, but obviously you have to... I mean,
they are appointed by the Prime Minister, but they're very independent.
Also in the US, the Treasury Secretary is considered to be...
High-ranking.
High-ranking.
Yeah.
Because when you are the person responsible for the budget, then your responsibility is to implement your party's manifesto or administrative policies and make sure that they become fiscal decisions. And that is why in Kenya, for the last couple of days, and this you have to give credit to Mr. Raila Odinga,
right?
That after the broad-based administration, President Ruto got the political insurance to take some decisions which in the past he wouldn't have had the guts to make around equity and equality. You recall not long time ago, KRA suggested that Western Kenya either has got the highest taxpayers base or they pay the highest levels of taxes, which would suggest that from independence, they've been getting a road deal. And it's important to ensure that you mainstream this conversation around equity and equality.
But
my view...
I mean, but what you've just said, forgive me for interrupting you, that isn't the dominant narrative when it comes to the discussion of revenue, the collection of it, and where it is that KRA collects most of their revenues at. I'm talking about the dominant narrative, not the KRA report. Because the KRA report, yes, did state exactly what you've just said, but the dominant narrative when people are politicking with regards to who pays taxes, that is not the dominant narrative.
Yeah, the narrative or the conversation is that all of it, up to 80%, is from Nairobi and the neighborhood, which justifies the fallacy.
Yeah.
Or the old thinking that if you spend 10 million on roads, say in this part of the world, the next year just add 50%, then the other year add 50%. But now with the equity-based budgeting, you have to go back and rely on data and ask yourself, what exactly are we doing here? If you're talking about roads, you may be surprised to learn that in theory, Kenya has got a roads policy. But do you know we don't have a roads policy in Kenya? Putting up roads...
you said in theory it's there, but kwa ground vitu ni tofauti.
Kwa ground vitu ni tofauti. Right now, putting up a road is at the pleasure of the political elite. They decide which road is going to be tarmacked. They decide how you are going to stretch the railway line. For instance, if there was a policy, how come we were told that initially the SGR was to terminate in Naivasha, a place they call nowhere? Why not, for instance, why not Kisii where I come from, and then all the way to Malaba? So it means that all along there's been no equity. And if you don't have equity, then the people are going to be marginalized for their entire life. And that is how they feel that they're out of place.
You know, you started by talking about Session Paper 10. And to be honest, I know where this whole problem started from. But what I do not understand is why we've had several successful governments, parliaments that allowed it to happen over and over again. For example, why would, like you've asked, why would that railway end in the middle of nowhere in Naivasha? Yet there was a clear plan from the beginning to take it all the way to Malaba and beyond. Is it because the leaders coming from those areas have been captured in a way? Or is it because the leaders from these other areas that are not from those areas have got a stronger voice than these ones? I just need to understand how you can come from Naivasha, Malaba, and even Malava, and usitete watu wako. I don't get it.
Before the 2010 constitution,
yes,
the president had the yam and the knife, as they say in West Africa.
Right.
So his word was as good as law. That is why even up to date, you still have members of the National Assembly going to State House kuambia president tunataka hii maendeleo. Now these members of the National Assembly and Senate forget that they're the ones in fact to come up with the budget.
My point exactly.
They forget that they're the ones who come up with the budget.
Yes.
So during the budget making process, that is when they're supposed to make sure that these ideas are captured in the budget. And you see, that is what Mr. Mbadi,
yes,
Mr. John Mbadi has been doing at the National Treasury. I understand he comes from a marginalized area.
Yes.
So he pretty much understands that you need equity and equality. And you see, if you don't address this thing called marginalization,
right,
using these budgets, then there are people who are going to be left behind. I mean, they will not. But are you not surprised that people coming from parts of Kenya, like Turkana, when they get to Kitale, is when they say, "Sai sasa tunaenda Kenya." Yeah, sai ndio tumefika Kenya. Because from the other part of the world, they've been marginalized.
Yeah.
And in my view, that is the reason why the broad-based administration needs support, at least on this thing called equity. Because there's no way you're going to have some elected leaders in parts of Kenya struggling with a microscope to look for a road to tarmac, while in other parts of the world there's no tarmac. The other day I spoke about still parts of Kenya that have got access to power, and City Muga was shocked. There's some parts of Kenya today.
Sorry, what was I shocked about?
Which still run on generators.
No, I wasn't shocked. I know it is a fact. And I also know many of those generators are actually provided by Kenya Power. It's not that I don't know. I do know.
Yeah,
Yes.
and private contractors who are having deals with Kenya Power.
Well, yeah. Oh, no, wait. What are you referring to? Are you referring to
Those
the power
generators.
generation that under KenGen?
Those generators.
That now feed into the grid. No. What this must refer to at that point in time was generators that are put in specific parts of this country, northeastern specifically, where you find generators. They are not connected to the grid. This grid where you just sort of like no electricity come.
Power.
They use generators.
Yes.
What you're saying, you're talking about independent power producers.
Yes. Okay.
Those ones exist, yes. But what you said, I know and I understand, because it's been a reality for a very, very long time. The marginalization northeastern province was by ordinances right long before independence that were set in place. It was specific, it was documented, it was legal. Okay? The country was divided into areas that the colonialists assumed was, one, productive, non-productive. For them, it appears that the pastoralists and the activities that they considered their livelihood was not productive. I don't know where they got that thought from, but that was the simple logic behind it. And successive governments carried on with that policy. But they added on top of that regions of the country that they felt did not support that particular government. So what we refer to as development was denied these reasons. Now the others were not because of the ordinances, but Siasambaya meant if you oppose the government, you're in Siasambaya, Maishambaya. So one equaled very many things other than just one. Yes, but when something is entrenched and it is practiced, okay, call it selective development if you wish, but you're marginalized. It's not even complicated. You are marginalized.
Let me introduce our second guest. That is the Advocate of the High Court, Nordin Kagai. Nordin, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Yeah. We're just talking about equity and equality, the differences, and Dismas did a very good job of, making a distinction between the two. But I still don't get it how 62 years after independence, there are some places. I was watching a news item actually yesterday about place ingine kwa kina CT. I think it's called Kotunga or something. Is it Kotunga?
Why do you think that names that relate to your part of the world also relate to mine?
Well, like hiyo place iliandikwa vizuri sana Kisumu County. But anyway, those folks there are still suffering from this whole flooding issue that was happening.
You are talking about Nyando.
That place was called Kotunga. Aki niliona kwa news jana, but I'll Google it and then confirm.
That, my friend,
is
a perennial problem that we have when we have all these rains, and the solution is not complicated, really. No, the solution is not complicated. The problems have been there for time immemorial.
Yes.
The only time that region had reprieve, Nyando, was when they had an MP called Engineer Nyamunga and the Minister for what was called One Mathakarua. A policy was set in place where the river was dredged, the distributaries were dredged, water pans that had been covered by silt were also dredged. So you had places that water could go. The passageway, which is the river of water, was expanded. It extended even to the Budalangi areas where they constantly had floods. Okay? The solution exists. It's not something complicated. But if you do not apply the solution, then the problem will definitely persist.
So
and it's treated as an emergency every year.
Yes.
According to this, they're saying Kotunga is a locality and residential area in Kajulu Ward, Kisumu East Sub-County. So sikuwa nimepoteza kichwa. But now, the reason I was asking about Kotunga is this. I was asking about 60-something years after independence, that place, people are still suffering like properly. They still do not have proper infrastructure. And one question I asked Dismas is this: that place has got an MC, it has got a member of parliament and other leaders above them. And these guys, kwani ni shida pesa haifiki huko ama there's just not enough money to go around the country?
Kisumu County has a governor, has ministers, has MCAs, so as to expand. A government.
What is
and even the town manager?
Yes, a government exists that ought to take care of these things.
60 years after.
The problem is not even the funds.
Right.
The problem is we suffer from a leadership problem in this country. He gave us a good example from Nyando. after that member of parliament left office, what has happened? That shows you he had a vision and he tried to solve the problem that was there. So we do suffer from a leadership crisis because we cannot say it's we don't have leaders. We do have. He just told you that even for the national government, there is a county government. So what is it doing? You know, and the issue of funds is neither here nor there because I do believe that we also lack political goodwill. When I came in, I heard Dismas speak about how the broad-based is bringing about inclusivity and it all. You know, we suffer from amnesia sometimes, or should I say goldfish memory. Up until the Gen Z and Rising, there was no broad-based. Up until then, there was no bring everyone on the table. All right? It was those who won were settling into office and taking care of their interests.
Yeah, the only thing we had was NADCO.
And that came after Sufuria Mandamano. Before that, there was nothing like NADCO. To the best of my recollection, when you get sworn in as a president, it is the president of the Republic of Kenya, not Kisumu, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kitui, or anywhere else. So I do believe that our leaders fail us. Once you take over office, because I see during campaigns, they move around each and every county. So I believe they are seeking issues that they would want to solve once in office. So you know what every other area has to sort out. So when you get into office and decide to sideline a particular place intentionally, because A, they didn't give you votes, or B, you feel is a hostile territory, that speaks to your leadership qualities as a person. Because you forget that this revenue that we have has to be shared across the country, irrespective of whether you got votes or not, or others didn't vote. You get me? So I believe we need to sort out our leadership problem before even talking about funds, because funds are going to be there. So even today, more people are paying taxes. So funds are going to be there. Loans are going to be taken. Debts are going to be taken. Even to, you know, so at the end of the day, I do believe we can take as much loans as we want. But if we have the wrong leadership in office, those said funds will be misappropriated. We have an issue of those who say that we have an odious debt. To date, nobody has clarified whether it is an assertion or the truth that we do have an odious debt. All right? No one has clarified that. All right? Are we paying a debt that isn't existent? Are we paying a debt that Parliament didn't approve? Because that in itself also will be another problem. Because we took a debt without approval from Parliament. Those are the questions we need answered.
That debt was approved, right? It's just that it wasn't.
Some debts were not approved.
Some were not approved, and that is
even that 2 billion that half came here, half went
Eurobond. That first Eurobond was approved, but remember the limits of what we can borrow are set by what?
Yes,
Parliament.
Yes,
and we know specifically we borrow for purpose of development. Okay, so there are debts that were taken, and there is no parliamentary approval that can support that particular loan.
Oh, so even Parliament for that one that went here and here, they didn't approve that.
It's not just one. We've had other funds that we have borrowed from the commercial market, which never came even to the consolidated fund. It's not just one.
Yes. So and we are paying. Apparently, we are paying. So what are we paying for?
It's not apparent. We are paying.
You know, so those are the questions, and it talks about leadership we have, and we just talk about Parliament. You know, then we also need to look at who do you elect to Parliament. You know, I keep telling people, in as much as you keep saying either you are one term or two term, the most important seat that you also need is a member of Parliament, because that person is the reason why you either have legislation that is mediocre or not, oversight that actually works or not, representation that matters or not. Because if we had a better Parliament, people wouldn't have died in 2024. Because they would have seen that if we force this thing, these young men will come in here. They would have halted and said, you know what, let us listen to what they are saying. But because they dared the young people and decided we will pass it, mutadu. So they saw what happened. And they went into a moment where they had to run away from their offices. They had a session where Senate was saying, oh, what we did today wasn't right. So they had like a small moment.
And then when
then they have forgotten again. And they have gone back to their normal.
They have gone back to factory settings.
I mean, and this must, so when we talk about resource allocation in this country, who actually does resource allocation? Like so that we can say this is the people or the person that we're going to come for.
You know, first of all, Nudin has raised a very critical issue about leadership. And it's the case that the majority of leaders love the status quo. I remember Mutava Musimi when he was running for MP. Before then, he was the chair, he was the SG of NCCK, highly regarded. And people said when this gentleman gets to Bunge,
good job.
Oh, it's going to be honey and milk. And he was even made the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. But as soon as he got to the National Assembly, it was an entirely different ballgame. So in my view, it appears that a majority of the people we elect to, most of these elective positions, they love status quo. And then another thing, now we've said this thing times above number.
This must know. You began your statement well, your conclusion is faulty. You cannot conclude that the people we elect en masse, once they get to parliament, are unable to conduct the business that was required. Because if we were to be specific, not every member of parliament that we have in parliament is full of nonsense. Not all. We have to consider what it is that makes many of these members of parliament ineffectual. There are those who blame the president. I wonder, why do you blame the president? He influences you. Did he elect you? He can't even sack you. It's a job that was given to you by your people. We who elect them seem to feel or think that when we delegate the powers that we have to them as a sovereign, we've given them a monarchy. So we who are their employers,
we the people.
Yes, we are their employers, but we subvert that, and then now they become our employer and they become our lord. We allow it. We allow this nonsense. That is why when people know they can get away with something, they will keep pushing the boundaries. That's what these people do. They push boundaries. And so when somebody comes along with a bag, look at this discussion we're now having with the Senate and governors. It's about money.
Like what happened yesterday?
Yes, one group says they're being extorted. Another group is probably arguing saying, the problem you want us to solve for you costs money, bwana. So I mean, either fork out the money or bear the consequences.
Yeah, the common denominator is cash.
Yes, but this rot is not just in those houses. We categorize problems and corruption. There's corruption which we consider acceptable. There is, for instance, a certain amount of money that you consider is acceptable to bribe a policeman. If it is beyond that, you feel, no, I'm not giving you this. The argument isn't about the money, it's how much.
Quantum.
Yes, and then we then categorize it to fit in with our political aspirations. If somebody whom I support does wrong, I find reason to justify it in my head that it can't be that wrong. But the moment someone else whom I don't support does the same thing, it is the worst sin and it will take you directly to hell. You will not pass anywhere in between. Now, that causes the sort of confusion and conflict in our minds and in our psyche, because cognitive dissonance is the phrase that is used to describe this. Look at the hypocritical thinking process that we have as Kenyans. Hii ni mbaya lakini ikiwa ni yule. Hii ni mzuri ikiwa ni mtu yetu. That's why you end up having certain members of parliament whose way of doing business is known, but everybody brushes it aside and says ni biashara wanafanya. That's why parliament, both the National Assembly and Senate, have brokers. People who are known to be given money. That's why the judiciary has brokers. So if we are looking at this country and having an honest discussion about it, very many of the situations we have, the phrase in English is, they are rotten before they are ripe.
Unajua kuna tumeketi hapa na legislators, senators, hata wa governors wengine wamekuja, deputy governors pia wakasema that for resources to be allocated to them or their counties or their constituencies or their wards, they have got to go to state house to dance so that money can be released. And the reason I was asking you, who is supposed to do resource allocation, is because I wanted to understand and what city is saying is an ideal situation whereby we can hold our leaders to account and they do not have to give a damn whether they have to dance to the president or the prime minister. Lakini ukweli wa mambo Dismas, ni nani anafaa kufanya allocation?
Paul, that is not theoretical.
No, I was coming to that. And Nurudin, who is actually, I understand, is running for parliament, is that if you elect people who don't have character, capacity and competence, we are making no progress. It's actually members of the National Assembly and the Senate who have indicated that when there's a specific motion or a serious conversation at the National Assembly, people go to the bathroom and they're given a khaki envelope and they change position. Now, in theory, the way you are supposed to create a budget is for the national government through the national treasury to come up with the budget policy statements. So they're the ones who do the heavy lifting. And then these proposals are taken to the National Assembly, whereby the relevant committees go through every line item. And they're the ones who have the last word on it. Yani wao ndio ile language yenye ulikuwa unasema asubuhi, wao ndio kusema. So the word is as good as law. However, it's the case that a number of members of the National Assembly have abandoned their duties, either because of pecuniary considerations or political considerations, that they don't even take great interest in the business of the National Assembly. It's not unusual to find a member of the National Assembly today sit in that assembly, pass a legislation, and does not even understand the consequences of that legislation. That is why they go to State House kusema kwamba tunaomba president to do this, because they say the president has got the final word. But in many other democracies, if you've got very agile and visionary leaders, they will do resource allocation at the National Assembly, and it's going to be a wrap. That is why you need a very powerful force, somebody who's got an helicopter view of the entire nation at the National Treasury to come up with the primary or the source document, which reflects equity and equality. I recall during the last parliament, there was a legislation about political parties and coalitions, and this piece of legislation was passed by members of the National Assembly. Then they called the registrar of political parties to come and explain the impact of that piece of legislation. And that committee, I saw their jaws dropped to the ground when the registrar of political parties was explaining to them the import of the legislation that actually passed. So then one begins to wonder, did you pass a legislation without knowing the imports? Even when you're talking about 2024, the budget which created a crisis, the members of the National Assembly, they rushed, they passed a piece of legislation, and when the president said, no, I'm not signing it into law, then all of a sudden, they went to the top of Mount Kenya, and they said the president has spoken with wisdom. So you wonder, at what stage did they have this Damascus moment? Because yesterday you've said, this is a beautiful piece of legislation. You know, in the way they say in the, I mean, like in the US, Trump says, big, beautiful bill. Then the following day, when the president says, because of the mood in the country, I'm not signing it into law, the same members of the National Assembly, again, they give him a standing ovation. The president is full of wisdom. So then you begin to ask yourself, where was the individual agency of the members of the National Assembly, and where was the collective agency? Which is why, in my view, it's very important to have the person running the treasury who has an helicopter view of things, who delivers on equity. And in my view, that is what John Mbadi is doing. That if you want to make a budget, and it must not be limited to the national government only, even county governments, budgets must respect equity and equality. That is the only way you take care of the people who've been marginalized. That is why you see a number of people today are complaining that there is the Mau Rironi road, that SGR is going to Western Kenya. And then people will ask, and this is just in theory. When Thika Road was being expanded, people said, what is the merit of having this superhighway? And yet you're supposed to put up a road from Mombasa all the way to Malaba to make the East African community, the integration process, trade and commerce a reality. Among those two roads, which is more critical for Kenya's national and public interest? If you come from Western Kenya, kuna hapa mahali penye unafika Naivasha, and then the trucks coming from everywhere, and you spend hours on end. I recall during President Kibaki's administration, our neighbors, a president from a neighboring country, captured the movement from Mombasa all the way to Malaba, and gave President Kibaki the video, and he said, this is how your poor infrastructure and some of your authorities are compromising my business. Because the cargo comes very fast in Africa, Mombasa, but from Mombasa to Malaba, people are yawning, people are having tea, people are having coffee because of poor infrastructure, because of the law enforcement officers who have to keep on stopping those trucks everywhere. And one wonders, if Kenya is supposed to be an anchor state in the region, people say that maybe you are a big brother, then how is it that you compromise your capacity, your road network? So in my view, these are the things that we must speak out openly.
Okay.
And maybe for Nudin, if he gets a chance to go to the National Assembly, then he'll also not become a victim, that he will suspend his thinking and start manhandling governors.
Nurdin, you've been mentioned several times. Care to respond first of all? Are you running for MP?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Which constituency?
Inshallah, Dagoretti North.
Dagoretti North.
Yes.
Dagoretti kona watu. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Born and raised.
Oh, you've interviewed many candidates who want to run, eh?
And actually, wengine hata wajafika hapa, I know of them because they've reached out. Yeah.
That is the beauty about it. It's a right everybody should be granted. So the more the merrier, the issues people to interrogate. There's something City said which is very, very true. We as Kenyans also need to look at our software. You know, we just can't be pointing at the political class, because how do they get there? They get elected, and there's no way someone during campaigning you'll expect them to bribe you. Then when they go to office, they sponsor anti-corruption bills. It doesn't work that way. Because how? They'd be stupid. They spent money, 50 million, 60 million. So of course they have to recoup what they spent. So if you want a certain type of leader, then you know what to do. Because there are always two types of leaders. During the campaign, there's one who will call, give you the ideas, seek your participation. Then there's one who will just come with a packet of flour or 500 shillings. So I don't know if you're supposed to eat the 500 shillings for 5 years. Then that person will get elected or known to do shady deals. You know, Kenyans have a thing. They're just addicted, or they like that
shortcuts.
Yeah. So they feel inspired by that particular individual, and they elect that person. When they get into office, they wonder what happened. So, and when that person gets into office, when we talk about them being captured by the executive, it's because they are there for personal interests. Maybe someone went to parliament to protect a business they are doing, whether legal or illegal. Maybe someone went there to venture into other businesses. So you're the last priority in their list. And when they get to those offices, I don't think they forget. They get there with certain interests. If you went there to serve, for example, you would serve. There's a good question that we keep asking. People say that those who belong to political parties are captured by their political party. Respect the party leader, follow the party line. What happens to those who are independent, who are elected independent candidates who got elected?
They are their own party leaders.
So how did you get captured? You get me? How do you get captured? Because we would expect they would be at the forefront to actually make sense in parliament. But they actually sing about political parties more than those who belong to political parties. It doesn't actually make sense. It tells you the interest that most of these people have is because, before the elections, maybe somebody had a corruption case, and they know the easiest way to solve this thing, I get elected. Somebody had a land case somewhere, easiest way, get elected. So we end up electing crooks. Then we expect for things that can never get to us. You know, it's like electing clowns, and you expect you to get a circus. So of course we get a circus at the end of the day. So I do believe the issue of members of parliament going to kneel to the president to get development, those are things that after we get the new constitution ended, because the appropriation of the budget happens in their house. They pass the budget. So we should not be having this discussion of that, I went to see the president to get development. Which development? You allocate, it's your duty to allocate resources.
Okay.
So you even have members of parliament who don't even understand their JD. Someone is a member of parliament doesn't understand that, we do the budget making process in the house. Some of them is a member of parliament saying, us, we are in government. You are doing oversight. They forget that they are also an arm of government and still given the task of oversight. So do we elect people who don't know what they are doing, or do we just elect people who have personal interests?
I believe it's a combination. It is a combination.
Because one day, interestingly, I was somewhere. I was doing a football tournament. So someone was campaigning around being an MCA. So when I gave him the mic to speak, this guy judged me, because he said, you know what, once I'm MCA in this area, I'll build hospitals. I looked at that guy like this. Later on, I called him. I told him, why would you say things that you know you can't do? He told me, but I can do. How? With which budget? How would you build a hospital?
He's a snake oil salesman.
You get me?
Nurdin, one of the things that we do not have in this country, we don't have honest conversations.
Yeah.
The people who are having these conversations with, and who even talked about lobbying up to the presidential level, are people who are officials in county governments. County governments and the monies they are given cover road networks as well.
Mm-hmm.
And the category of roads that they have are 4.
Mm-hmm.
They have the money.
Yes.
It is their job to fix those roads. So what they are speaking of is something that even in the so-called developed worlds exists. It's called lobbying. You ensure it is budgeted for. It's in the budget. You ensure it doesn't just happen.
Of course.
You ensure there's money allocated to it. You're still very far away from getting it done. Then there's the issue of prioritization. There are so many things that are involved in that process. Now, if you get into that job and you don't understand the processes, you'll be thinking because it's in the budget, it's going to be done. It won't be done. Lobbying is an essential part of how things get done in any political dispensation, believe it or not. Even in the countries where you think there are all these resources. In command economies like China, where they make a plan and they carry it through, that's where you may not necessarily need that lobbying. But I still think you need, because if you are in the Politburo of that CCP, you have a voice and you can say, this region, the same thing applies. But the honest conversation and its absence lies in this. Listen to the narrative that politicians like. There's always someone to blame.
And it's for that reason that if we don't elect leaders with character, we'll be in a very horrible place.
This must tell me, these leaders of character, what do they look like? I want to understand this.
No, I'm going to paint a picture. Like, for instance, right now, there's a conversation between senators and governors. That who is bribing who?
It's a fight, but
it's a fight. Yeah, who is extorting who? Not long ago, you saw a list of governors who have used obscene amounts of money to run their offices, not to put up any facilities.
His governor took the cup.
Yeah,
actually, 3 governors from Mukambani, all of them.
Yeah, and in my view,
with the challenges there,
they are top 5.
Yeah. And in my view, we need to come up again with a legislation or something like a legislation to declare those kind of persons who abuse office unfit to hold office. Because how do you spend such kind of obscene amount of money for your personal comfort, buying top of the range cars, air conditioning your offices, yet patients in the hospitals under your jurisdiction are having omena and poorly cooked ugali.
Omena is good one.
And poorly cooked ugali.
Okay,
poorly cooked ugali.
Underline the poorly cooked ugali.
Yeah,
omena is okay.
Yeah, poorly cooked ugali.
It has omega-3.
Yeah. I mean, I saw footage of governors jumping from choppers to choppers, paid by county resources.
Yes.
And yet, these counties are wallowing. I mean, the way Kijana would say, Omalo Kijana, a miasma of poverty. And then we still re-elect them into office. Now, Nuruddin has raised also a very fundamental issue. Why do people run for office? A good number of them is a political insurance from prosecution. Now, if you know that this gentleman here has got a very high affinity for crime, or is wash, then how do you go ahead and elect him into office and expect that as soon as he gets into office, he's going to change? And that is why, for times above number, we've been struggling to remind Kenyans that when you go to vote for leaders, vote for people who have capacity, character, and competence. And that is how somebody like Irungu Kangata comes in. But if I go through that list, from a part of the world, there is Gladys Wanga, who now wants to position herself as President Ruto's running mate. But how do you have such kind of a person positioning herself for this role when you've been given a county to run and there is nothing to write home? And in my view,
she built a new headquarter.
HQ.
Yes.
Beautiful. It's white.
It's white, eh?
While others are building hospitals.
Yes, and it even had a cost overrun, just so that you understand.
Yeah.
From 500.
She's ready for business.
You've thrown this mass off.
Yeah, you see now, if those are the performance indicators for a governor, then what are we doing? What are we talking about?
But
shall we go back to the caves?
On the issue of character and those
capacity and competence.
Apart from me deciding that this mass is not fit for office, who else should actually do that? So that for maybe someone who doesn't see that, then they just like Dismas because Dismas is from my tribe. He probably has dimples and I need to vote for him.
And dimples are good for the economy.
Exactly.
Until they build potholes.
And floods. Who else should actually just help this Kenyan who doesn't see what I see to just remove this person from the equation, to remove Dismas from the equation?
And again, in theory, there are so many accountability institutions like ESCC,
DCI.
Yeah, DCI. All of them are supposed to give a report. But these lawyers came up with something wanasema that you can run for office till you exhaust the appeal mechanism. So till the matter goes to all the way to the maybe Court of Appeal.
You say it as though it's something bad.
No, it's not. It's a good thing because that's part of justice, because
you could be falsely accused.
Yes.
Yes. Here's the thing. It's a cliche, but our own corruption is weaponized in that those with proximity to power are always shielded. Have you seen the front page of the Standard today? What the ESC say?
Heaven of corruption.
So, and there was the tea scandal with Iran, and Iran is saying, from our side, we've tackled those who were engaged in that, but your government, from your side, is shielding whoever was taking part in that. So that tells you proximity to power means that it's a blanket. It's a blanket chance to you to engage in corruption. But if you are seen to be too clever, but you're on the other side, and you have any corruption case, then Subaru will be on your doorstep at the end of the day. And that's a sad reality. You just asked about character.
Yeah.
I believe the problem we have is that whenever we have elections and people leave office, those who have stolen, if you look at, for example, 2022, when Moi and Ita left office, we said forgive and forget. People steal and you say forgive, let's start a new path.
It was supposed to give us some kind of rejuvenation.
If at all there were consequences to graft under his regime, we would be having a very different conversation today. But you have governors who believe, so long as I have enough liquidity, when I'm out of office, I will buy my way around, I will buy time, useless cases will be brought before court. 57 of 49 witnesses who actually never appeared all at the same time. So the case drags for years until a new regime comes in that is closest to
friendly to me, yeah.
And my case just disappears. The day we convict 1 or 2 or 3 and assets recovery does its job and recovers what was stolen, then we'd have a different conversation. But until then, people know I have to make enough liquid, I have to make enough money to protect my interest when I'm outside. And that is sad reality, and we have to be alive to that. So even when we talk about elections, I believe, when you ask where are these leaders from, Kenyans make decisions every other day. And you know what is good, what is bad. But we just have an affinity to what doesn't make sense. That's a sad reality. And that is why, months to an election, new vehicles are unveiled. So, euphoria, razzmatazz. People get, this is a new car. It's beautiful. There are new colors. You jump into it. You keep saying, same monkeys, different forests. But you keep electing them.
And then don't forget a new slogan.
Yeah, and then, we never interrogate issues. People have manifestos for 5 years. Immediately they realize that manifesto hasn't been achieved. They come up with a new thing. Now we're talking about Singapore. What happened to their plan? We need to be interrogating the plan. Okay. But now we are being told we are going to Singapore. When Uhuru was in power under TNA, he had a manifesto. Jump into Jubilee, a new car, Big Four. We didn't interrogate laptops. There are things we didn't interrogate. And that, I say we have goldfish memory because we keep forgetting each and every other time. So now people are crazy about Singapore. Nobody's questioning his plan. We need to pick his plan from the shelves, dust it off, tell him, boss, kuja. You signed charters with counties, charters with youth, women, traders, all these things. Now we need to mark to give you a result slip, all right? Before you talk about Singapore, ngoja kwanza. Hii umeachieve nini? If it is a 0, then tell you, thank you for your effort, enda nyumbani. But because they are too smart, they know that if given a chance, you interrogate that. They give you a different distraction. And he talks about politicians have a way of having a boogeyman. If you listen, you just talked about floods. If you listen to the Nairobi governor, who apparently the Auditor General says that he has 0% on development, and we expect, as per the resource sharing in counties, we need to have 60% across all wards, and 40% remains. So the same person tells us the challenges in Nairobi didn't come with me. So he's blaming those challenges that came before him. Now my question is, when you're seeking office, for example, you knew these challenges, right? So between today and when the floods happened, what measures did you take to try and prevent that? None. We have an action-reaction type of leadership. Okay. Now we have something called a cooperation agreement that has legal challenges. All right? Talking about how they are meant to get 80 billion to do certain developments. You see, we can't live on an action-reaction type of leadership. And that is the problem we have.
Do you know why it is I keep saying that? If the sovereign doesn't understand how to hold the leaders to account, this discussion we're having here, we can have it for the next 50 years. Because how do you allow someone to misuse resources which you have given him and the power, and you feel that you can then go into an election without interrogating these things or without asking the leader, like this county governor, forget what the previous governor did. What have you done?
Yes.
They always talk about money not being enough.
Yes.
Okay.
The one that you have.
What have you done with it?
There's nothing to show.
Yes.
Audit alisema 0%.
0% of development.
There is what you call a ward development fund that should be given towards. You don't see it.
Elections go next year.
Yeah, if that money is given, let me tell you, these things we're talking about.
Yes.
We'll be having a different discussion. They never do.
And this must easy does been to like you ni 0%.
Move, you did ask a very pertinent question.
How is that development?
Yeah, you did ask a pertinent question that outside.
And those dustbins, you're meant to pick them so that they come up with a new tender for those dustbins. We are not dumb, we know.
This must, I'll allow you 1 minute and then to funge a story.
No, you spoke about how do you vet these people.
Yeah.
And we have used this example times above number. When you are setting up a funeral committee or a wedding committee, there are people you'll never allow to be either chairman or treasurer. You'll allow them to be members, but they have to be monitored.
Yeah.
So, if you have that kind of observation, capacity to ensure kwamba person X, Y, and Z cannot be members of a wedding committee or a funeral committee, they cannot keep resources, then that vigilance must be extended to all elective offices. And finally, we must encourage Mbadi to step on your to your equity-based budgeting and make sure that he pays attention to data. It's only by going through data-driven decision-making, that you can identify marginalized areas.
Okay.
And then it must be participatory. It must be people-driven, and more important, it must be outcome-based.
Right.
That is how people will feel that all of them are Kenyans and they're taxpayers.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for this conversation. It's been awesome. I didn't know about 0%. Now I'm going to read up on it because I am very disappointed. Greatly disappointed,
We
actually.
also have another problem.
Yeah.
He needs to tell us who actually collects the revenue.
Yeah.
We need an answer on the same, because the Auditor General again questions where is the collection point? Who collects? Because that's a question you need to understand. If at all he has the asset to collect the revenue, because if he's not the one collecting the revenue, then we have another problem. But at the end of the day, I keep saying, you elect clowns, expect results.
And finally, I see you got some fury, righteous fury, but we must establish where you vote, whether you vote here in Nairobi or you vote in the village.
Bro, I don't even live here. I just work here.
Okay. I think you're part of the problem.
For working here?
Yeah.
But you know what? Let's get into the news. But gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Hey, we need to talk about Nairobi.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The PA State Department of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Susan Auma Mangeni, says reforms are helping small businesses grow in Kenya. She highlighted programs like the Hustler Fund and the Nyota Project, as well as simpler business registration, all aimed at creating jobs and supporting entrepreneurs. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Mangeni said the State Department was set up to back entrepreneurship and job creation, especially for young people.
This State Department was set up to support the growth of the micro, small and medium enterprises sector, the MSME sector. Why? Because the MSME sector is the backbone of economy. It creates many jobs.
Right.
It generates a lot of revenue to economy. And I think it's the sector that can really help us to drive job creation,
yes,
to accommodate most of our young people. So we were created up to come up with initiative that can support entrepreneurship, try to strongly embed a culture of entrepreneurship, and to, especially among the young population. To this end, you've seen we've channeled out projects like Hustler Fund, channeled out the Nyota project.
Senators have postponed debate on the division of revenue bill because of a standoff with governors. They say governors must appear in person to answer audit questions as tensions between the Senate and county chiefs continue. The move came after Samburu Governor Lati Lelelit appeared in Parliament on Wednesday and accused several senators, including Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, of assault.
The issue of division of revenue, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Senate to discuss and pass the division of revenue, allocating to resources to governors who have failed and shown impunity to account for the public resources that we allocate to them as per Article 210 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker? Is it in order that you direct the majority leader to stand down the division of revenue bill until and unless the governors account for the resources that we are doing, Mr. Speaker? Remember, Mr. Speaker, there are 2 governors who have warrant of arrest.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has appointed Gary Conil as the UN Resident Coordinator for Kenya. Conil, the former Prime Minister of Haiti, takes over the role after the exit of Dr. Stephen Jackson, who held the role since 2021. Jackson will take over the Resident Coordinator position in China. 2 Kenyans are currently being held in Ukraine as prisoners of war. Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi has told Parliament he says the government believes around 252 Kenyans may have joined Russia's military operation, although the exact number is still unclear. So far, 47 Kenyans have been rescued and brought back home with help from the Kenyan embassy in Moscow.
On the prisoners of war, we have records of 2 Kenyans, namely Evans Kibet and Macharia Willie Muniu, who are being held in Ukraine.
I would like to know from the PCS whether he is aware that Erastus Mundia of Lugari constituency, Mautuma ward, is one of those who died in Ukraine. What the ministry is doing to get the body back home.
We have on record that we lost 10 Kenyans. We are trying our level best.
Relatives of the 57 people who died in Greece's worst train disaster gathered in court on Wednesday demanding justice. The trial had already been delayed once after a chaotic start last week. Most of the victims were students who died 3 years ago when their train from Athens to Thessaloniki collided on with a goods train near Tempe in central Greece. And that's your Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 11 minutes past 9 o'clock. It's the last hour, which promises to be the best hour because we want to talk about financial literacy here. Specifically, we want to focus on debt, savings, and all matters to do with money. With us is a financial literacy and entrepreneurship educator, a guy I've known for several years now. I'm talking about Waithaka Gatumia. Waithaka, habari ya siku nyingi maze?
Mzuri sana Mbuvi.
Bro, haunoni, haukondi, uko tu vile nilikuacha bana.
You know, you found me at the right place. We've just come from Lent. So you don't eat so much during Lent. But if you look at that photo that I saw on social media, you can see that guy had eaten a little bit more than that was December Waithaka, not for February.
People might actually start calling you a vampire if you ukiendelea hivi. At least naona tu kidogo ndio watu waseme he's human. But no. What, it's a compliment. It's a good thing to see you healthy.
Good to see you as well. Yeah, that truly it is the grace of God
Kabisa.
To be well. Because you can have, I know we're talking about money, but if you have all the money and you don't have health, I tell you it is not worth it. Yes.
Yeah. Let's talk about debts because right now all Kenyans, man, they are in debt, and majority of the not majority, but a number of the ones that I know are not even saving because they are currently broke. So what is the problem? Where is the rain beating us, if I may call it that way, if I may phrase it that way?
Let me ask this question: are we presupposing that Kenyans were actually saving before because they had something to save and now they're not saving?
If you look at Kenyans, perhaps some 20s or so years ago, yes, Kenyans were saving. Because I'm talking about people that I know who back in the day would have a little savings here and then. Right now, they have absolutely nothing. They have eaten into savings and they're now deeper into debt. But I could be wrong.
You could be. I think you may be a little bit.
Okay.
But first, let me say hello to CT. It has been a while, man.
It's good to see you, man.
Good to see you. I was almost jumping in the last interview here when you guys were talking about budgets and planning. I was like, hey, I want to be part of that. But okay, let's talk seriously about this issue of saving. First of all, let's be clear. Kenyans are saving. How do I know this? Have you not seen the growth of SACCOs? Have you not seen the growth of banks, lending institutions? All this means is that there is financial activity that's happening. There's a lot more financial inclusivity. When you talk about things like mobile money transfer systems that are allowing now for more involvement and financial inclusion. So it means people are saving. Now, the only thing is that within this system, the system is designed to allow for credit to flow. That's the system design. And so if someone is uneducated as to how credit works, then that's where the problem is. Because no matter which economy you go into this world, people are in debt. There's no economy without debt. So debt helps the financial system if it is used for the right things. So anytime I talk about debt, because that's where you have started this discussion, I say that debt is like fire. Now, CT, is fire good or bad?
Fire is both good and bad.
Thank you very much.
I hear it's a good servant but a terrible master.
So now you are even becoming prophetic. This is how you have to think about it. Fire cooks your food, so you can't have modern life without fire. But fire can also burn down your house. Think about debt like that. Debt can build or it can destroy, depending on how you use it. And most of us are using debt for distraction. Why? Because we are borrowing to live life today. We are borrowing for what we call consumption. We are borrowing for something that will never come back to us. You see, if I borrow money from you and I go out this door here and I go and buy lunch today, good. Well, I get the money to repay you. In fact, I have to repay you more than what I borrowed. But if I borrow some cash from you and I go outside and let's say I go to Gikomba, I buy some clothes and I come and lay them near.
That may be a bit difficult currently.
It might be, but let's say.
No, they were relocated. But they were relocated.
Listen, the mitumba industry is still moving. So wherever you go, don't worry whether it's Gikomba or somewhere else. And I go and I lay those out to a market. I go and lay them somewhere and I sell them at a higher price. I come and repay you and I have something on top of that. Now, that is how the credit system was designed to grow.
Okay.
That's it.
Now, And it's interesting you talked about SACCOs. I put my money in a SACCO that will remain unnamed. But that SACCO went down with a lot of my money.
Yes. Had you borrowed money from them before it went down?
Yes, I did, and I paid back. Yeah, so I'm talking about my shares that just went EVO too. I'm hoping to recover them, by the way.
Wait.
It's not like a
we don't have a scheme that protects SACCO savings in this country. I know with banks there is.
I don't have as much authority on the legislation that's behind SACCOs. I think that you might need to ask somebody with a bit more knowledge than I am. But I will say this. Isn't this I heard the proverbs that were being shared here still. I still hear them. Here's one: don't put all your eggs
in one basket.
My friend, there is no investment on earth without risk.
Okay.
Therefore, don't put all your eggs in one basket. What does that mean? Currently, I have accounts in 4 banks. Why?
Okay.
Because, first of all, I don't trust them. Even banks fail.
Yes.
As you heard, even SACCOs fail. So don't put all your savings in one SACCO. Okay. There's nothing that is stopping you from saying, I have a SACCO, I have a bank savings account, I have an MMF, so that if any of them happens to falter, I'm not all in one of them. So I'm really sorry that you lost money in that, and people have lost money, but there are ways to mitigate against that, and one of them is exactly that you want to put your money not in one place, because even the most trusted can fail.
Yeah, so there's that. But the reason I brought up my SACCO is this. The institutions that we are trusting with our money, and you've rightly said that, anything can happen. Investor, mtu anaweza amua tu kuchukua pesa yote na akimbie nayo. Watu wameka pesa kwa crypto, then we see what usually happens. So then, when it comes to me choosing and deciding how to invest my money or how to save my money, what are some of the things that I need to consider? Because like when I was putting money into that SACCO, at the time it was thriving. It had adverts all over social media and TV and magazeti zote. And for a couple of years, I would get good dividends. And then whatever happened. How am I to know where each institution to save in? You've mentioned money markets, for example. How much of my money should go into money markets? How much of my money should go to a SACCO? And how much of my money should go to any other opportunity?
As much as it possibly can. Okay, that's the short answer to your question as to how much as you can put into investments and savings. But I will say this. When you consider your SACCO, for example, that you are a member of that is still being unnamed, how often did you attend AGMs?
Never.
Okay.
Not even once.
So if you give me my money, if you give me your money, and I tell you I'm taking care of it, would you believe me? I'm taking care of it. Hey, believe me.
I know the question you're asking, but
this is the thing.
Yes.
If you're putting your money in a SACCO, please hold them accountable. Check. Are they still doing what they are saying they're supposed to do?
Okay.
Look at the books. And they have AGMs every year.
They do.
This is we are so trusting. Imagine they are okay. Imagine they're going to take care of my money. That's where the issue is. We have to be actively involved in our money. So please don't just trust whichever institution you're giving your money. Pay attention. Are they doing what they say they're supposed to do? Are they following up? And if you ask questions, are you going to get the answers? So that's one of the things I wanted people to do, is to protect your money by actually paying attention to it.
Yeah.
So you're asking, how much should I put? As I said, as much as you possibly can. I think one of the things that we recognize about how people deal with their finances is that it is not a priority. I've been doing this for over 10 years, right?
Yes.
And when I run classes on financial literacy, we usually ask people, so where does your money actually go? So this is how the story usually begins. Okay, so when I get my money, first of all, the government takes theirs. Then who now comes next? If you are religious, the church takes yours. And yes, happy Easter to all the Christians. Happy Easter. It's going to be a good season. Then after that, you give relatives, you pay rent, you pay school fees, you pay, transport, you pay for utilities, you pay. So they go through the whole list. Then I ask them, okay, good. So which money then goes towards savings and investing? Oh, it is not a priority. And so long as your finances and your personal finance is not a priority, saving and investing is not a priority, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
So as a financial literacy plan, it sounds so simple, but people don't get it.
Yeah.
Pay yourself first. And how you pay yourself is not sherehe over Easter. That no.
Hakuna kurudishia mwili asante.
Sasa unaona umeharibu plan za city.
Ngoja kidogo. Sijasema usiende sherehe.
Okay.
I am just saying pay yourself first.
Right.
When you go for sherehe, wherever you go, does anyone pay you?
No, you pay the establishment.
Yes.
No, there's an exchange.
No, I'm asking.
It's barter trade.
It's not barter. I am asking you, wherever you go for sherehe, does anyone actually remove money from their pocket and give you? No, you are the one who usually pays for the food, pays for the drink, pays for the entertainment. The money is coming out of your pocket. Now, I'm not against sherehe. Sherehe should be part of your budget, but it is not paying yourself. Paying yourself is when you save and you invest, because that money actually goes into your pocket and grows. That should be number one. When money comes in, okay, I've already given myself away, I'm a Christian, this is Easter. So, when money comes, I pay the government, pay unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and then I pay unto the Lord what is the Lord's. That's number one for me. The next person I pay is me. Before I pay my landlord, before I pay school fees, before I pay any of these other things, I put some money aside in saving and investing, and they are not the same thing. We must do those as a priority, because if I pay everybody else
yes,
there's nothing left. That's the problem that we are facing right now, is that we are so busy paying everybody, including wherever we go for sherehe city. Yeah. So it's about focusing on that. Pay yourself first.
Okay.
As a principle. So even when I'm teaching young people, I always tell them, because they ask, what percentage should I? It's not even about percentage. It's about habit. That you show yourself that practice. Anytime money comes in, some saved, some invested, then now we look to pay rent.
Now,
yes.
Yeah, distinguish between, because someone would say then, pesa yangu ni kidogo bana. The most I can do is probably throw some random 500 shillings in maybe like I think like inaitwaje kitu mshwari, because that's where a lot of people consider savings, right? So I throw in some 500, then now the remaining amount, but because it's too small, after I've now paid the bills that I have and I've paid my madeni nini hii pesa imebaki barani kidogo sana, na invest wapi?
First, you have even jumped steps, First of all, that person who's saying they don't have any money. Ati pesa ni kidogo.
Ni kidogo, yes.
Ask that person to show you where their money goes. So first of all, as middle class, because we're the ones here.
Right.
In this place.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm about in the middle class.
That's okay.
Me, I'm poor.
All right.
So as middle class.
Nyinyi wawili ambao ni middle class.
I disagree, CT. I've known you long enough. Please, first of all, thank the Lord that you are not poor. That food is not your issue. Poverty is where food is your issue. Anyway, whoever is in the middle class, people don't know where their money goes, including me. And I tell this story everywhere I go.
Okay.
Because people have a lack of awareness. They don't know. Anytime I am teaching a class, I'm dealing with a consultancy, I have a client across from me.
Right.
Ask them, do you know where your money goes? But yeah, people say, yes, this is where it goes. Okay, say, okay, open up your mobile money transfer, whichever one it is, M-Pesa, Airtel money, whichever. Open. In fact, I would ask you guys, open yours here.
Yeah.
My what?
Your M-Pesa or your Airtel money, whatever you do, mobile money transfers. Most people don't even know how much transactions they do there. And I'm not even now talking about how much you send or how much you receive.
Yes.
I tell people, do you know how much you pay these telcos for the use of their service? Most people don't. I'm telling you, Buvi, if I look at your phone, the likelihood you can buy a piece of land every year with your transaction fees.
Yeah, or those 10 bobs
Just the
and
10 bob
7 bobs.
on top. Hey, Buvi, I owe you 1,000 bob.
Yes.
It's very easy for me to open up my phone
and send
to you 1,000 bob and pay the telco 30 bob
facilitation fee
for the privilege of I'm sitting across from you. Why don't I just go into my pocket, remove the 1,000 and give it to you? Now, if I'm sending to my relatives up country, then the M-Pesa or the Airtel, whichever one it is very useful. Why? Because it's easy, it's accessible, convenient, and it's cheaper than me traveling there or using those other systems that were in place. So first of all, we don't know where our money goes. Buvi, I'm telling you, I want you to do this exercise.
Yeah.
After this, go through your transaction fees for 1 month and multiply that by 12. Or even 1 week and multiply by 52. You'll be surprised how much money flows through your pocket. So you're saying, see, that is the middle class issues. Oh, I forgot to share my sins, which I always share. This one I'm supposed to share.
Go ahead.
I told you, CT, a long time ago, how when we started tracking our expenses with my wife, we found we were spending more on takeout food than our rent.
You mentioned it.
Yes.
This is monthly now.
Monthly.
Yeah.
We didn't know. Why? Because it's 200 bob here for lunch. You know, after work, you pass by, you buy some fruit, you do whatever. So we were averaging like 500 shillings a day on just random eating. Then on the weekend, so that's 2,500 Monday to Friday. Then the weekend, now, it's Saturday, sherehe. So you go somewhere and you easily spend 3K. Sunday after church, you spend another 3K, whether you're visiting home or you're doing something. When we added it up, it was over 34,000 shillings on takeout food. Our rent that time was 28. And we used to meet and wonder, where is the money going?
Because it's not like you've bought a TV.
No.
You've not bought a car, brand new phone, nothing.
I teach this. A guy came into the class, told me, he's a guy of Mombasa Road, so he's always in traffic. He did this for 1 month. He tracked his expenses. He found out he was spending 500 shillings on tropical sweets a month.
How much again?
500 shillings.
Yes.
On tropical sweet.
Because of that jam.
Yes.
And because of the vendors.
The vendors are coming. Yes. So I told him, if you really want tropical, you just go to the supermarket, buy a bag and put it in your car.
For I think 120 shillings.
But he was spending how much?
500.
We don't know. Relatives. CT, you have relatives.
Many.
Movie, you have relatives.
You have no idea.
Very good.
My grandfather's
they
polygamous.
They see you on TV, they see you on they hear you on radio.
Yeah.
They know you guys have money.
And every once in a while, somebody comes here and says something crazy.
Yes.
Like these people work in radio who earn 2 million shillings. And you're wondering, what is wrong with this person?
Correct. So there's an impression. And so when somebody calls you, do you know how much you send relatives and friends in a month? People don't know. And so when you tell me there is no money left, first of all, the issue is we don't know where the money is going. Now, let's talk about people who are on the lower income side, CT, because we said middle class, there's a lot of money flowing.
It's you too, yes.
Yes. Now, let's talk at the lower income side. CT, if I went to your phone, I'm just wondering, just like we did with our house help, we realized every time we are calling her, hello, first of all, we are greeted by a song every time we call her.
That song is being paid for.
They are called ringback tones.
She did not know.
Oh.
Because she had, every time she finds a song she loves,
Subscribe.
she would add it.
Oh dear.
So she had like 7 ringtones on her phone. Now, when we did the maths, that's like 70 shillings a day for somebody who's earning near minimum wage. I mean, not a day, sorry, a week.
70
shillings a week.
Mingi.
Yes, for somebody near minimum wage, you can imagine what that adds up to over time. So it's not that people don't have money. It's that we don't know where it's going. We are not in control. And the thing about personal finance is that you need to take control of your money.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Okay. Why is it that we have this bad relationship with money? Because we don't relate very well with money. What is it about us? Some people don't, but the vast majority of us relate. We have a really terrible, it's an almost abusive relationship we have with money. Because everything you're saying is saying the money exists, we get it, and then we go out of our way to ensure we create a terrible environment within which we now relate to it.
I don't think that we actively do so. I think it's a result of the system.
Which system?
our system, I don't know how else to put it. I was going to say the education system, but I can't blame just the education system. It's even the system that you're taught at home. So let me give you an example. When you're dealing with young people, teenagers or kids, how do you teach your children about money? How? The children learn by what you do.
They watch you.
So I always give this example of when we're going to the supermarket. How do you teach your children? See, your kids are watching you, so you go together. And you go to the supermarket, and then you start walking through the place, and you simply pick things and put them in the trolley. Okay, and when the child asks for something, you also take what they have asked, and you put it in the trolley. So it shows your child, when you go to the supermarket, put whatever you want.
Take it all.
Take it all. There's no plan. When we're teaching parents, dealing with children, this is what you do. Before you leave the house, make a list what you're going to buy. And then include your children in that list. So tell them whatever it is you want. First, it was when we started, it was lollipops that kids liked. So we would say, what do you want when we get to the supermarket? They say, oh, lollipop. Sawa, no problem. So you write it down. When you go to the supermarket, what are the children looking for?
Are they going to change their mind to one?
No.
Yes.
You see, you're programming them. You say, what are we looking for? Lollipop. When the lollipop is found, make a big deal about it. Well done, make a big tick. That's what we do. When we go shopping, we have a plan. You're now training that system. Here's the other thing. See, they grow older, you start giving them pocket money. I don't know why I'm looking at CT on this one. When you
What, do you want me to give you pocket money?
Unakaa kupeana pocket money.
No. I'm looking at him because you have said you are a teacher, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you seen how parents give children in schools exactly how much they need? So what are you training your children? When you receive money, you use it all. You have not given them any discretion. So I always tell parents, don't give your children exactly what they need. Give them more. And then train them to do what we are now talking about. Now that you have this, don't use it all. Put some aside for when you will need it another time. So when you're talking about why we find ourselves in this relationship with money is because of that. Third is now when you talk about society as at large, isn't it? Now we are in the social media age where I switch on, I see movie is driving another car. CT is seated with the who's and who's of this world. And whoever it is, they're having that shere. And then now I'm trying to live
that life,
looking at you, not knowing where your money comes from, not knowing what you are, but I'm trying to make sure that I look like you. I feel like you. I'm in the same areas as you are. I'm sending my kids to that school. I'm trying to keep up. And no one is really talking about the back end of how do you make it sustainable, real, and growth. That's why. You're asking why we have those relationships.
Yes,
it's kind of the system.
I am asking because you've said something which I would summarize as there's nothing like little money. It is
Say
just
that loudly.
Yes, there is nothing like little money. Yes, yes. I'm summarizing what he has said. It is money. Now, you tailor what you want to do with. See, this is the money you have.
Yes,
that's what you work with, and everything that we're saying here, you work with that money. If it isn't working, then you need to ask yourself, what do I need to do so that this money actually works? Yes. Now, why I began with that statement is because my lived experience when it comes to money and my relatives, there's a societal thinking that constantly has to be worked on. And it's the understanding that I have more than them. And so because I have more than them, what they don't tell you, but the behavior is what tell you they understand, that I probably do not have much use for the money that I have, and that they are in a position to help me put it to better use. Okay, they don't quite tell you that, but the behavior points to that direction. Now, if you have 2 children and he has around 7, he now knows you really don't have anything to do with your money. Because if you have Surely have 2 children.
Surely.
And if your children are grown up, he says,
even better.
I mean, surely I can't possibly have anything else to do with money. Now, the cultural norms that introduces us to the concept of what a family is, in, depending on which community I come from, plays a very important role in this. Because when you're prioritizing how you spend your money or how you apportion it, okay, the relatives become a very key factor in it, very key. What is it that one needs to do to enable people to understand that the process that you've described of giving yourself a priority and paying yourself, puts you in a far better position to achieve those very goals that you intended than if you follow the way that you've been doing it.
Okay, so first of all, it is to recognize this fact. Everyone has a plan for your money. Let's be very clear. Guess what? The government has a plan for your money. That's why they take taxes. The church has a plan for your money. That's why we give our tithe and offering. Your relatives have a plan for your money.
They have a big plan.
Guess what? Even CT, I have a plan for your money.
Good for you.
I want to sell you books. I want to sell you training programs.
That's excellent.
I have a plan for your money.
Thank you.
So you better have a plan for yours. If you don't have a plan, guess we'll organize you. We will. Because we all have a plan for your money. Here's what I recommend. First of all, I am so grateful that you didn't use the term that people like talking about when it comes to relatives, because I prefer it to say it this way: family support or community support.
Not black tax.
Why did you use the term now? But
I was so that now
family support. One of our strengths as Africans is that we are a community. We support one another, but not to a fault. I think the financial system has caused an issue around this, because when you talk about the agrarian society that we came from, community support was very clear. You have your piece of land there, you have your piece of land there. If you're building a house, we all come together, we build the house together. Now you have a house. Everyone supported you. It was not a cash flow matter. But now we are in a cash flow space where it's, as you said, CT, you cannot see what somebody else is going through. So you make assumptions. So here's how it works. There's no other way to do it than this. Have a budget for giving. What does that mean? As yourself or your family, decide this is how much we're going to give. And I encourage everybody, be as generous as you can be. So say family support in a month, 5,000 shillings, whatever number it is. Some people will be 5,000, some people will be 50, others it may be 500, whatever. But you decide. Because here's what I've recognized, guys. As far as I'm concerned, we are celebrating him this weekend. As far as I'm concerned, there is only one savior of the world, and his name is not Waithaka Gatumia. His name is not CT. His name is not Mbuvi. Stop trying to save everybody. Save the ones you can. Put aside money for giving. Be generous. When you get to the budget point, the next answer is no, I don't have. Guess what? People will be fine. They will. You are not the solution for everybody's problem. So stop trying to be. Make a decision. This is how much we're going to give, as generously as we can. Once you reach that budget point, then you stop. So if my budget is 5,000, when the first relative calls, do I give them 5? No. I give them 1, or depending. Oh, and by the way, not all relatives are the same. Let's be clear. If my brother calls me or my mom, and then Mbuvi calls me, there is a difference between how I talk to mom and how I talk to Mbuvi. Yes, you will get less than mom.
For sure.
That's it. So make sure you prioritize the relatives who are priority in your life. That's what it is. And then you give according to that. And guess what? Once you get to the end, say no.
Once you've gotten to your limits.
That's it.
Even if mom calls again.
You say, I imagine I don't have. This is one of the things I love about parents, for example. when you were kids, did your parents give you everything you asked for? No. So they taught you a good lesson. Don't give everything. So now when parents are calling you today, apply the same rules they applied to you. You don't give everything because you have to think about the future. If you give everything this month, next month, see, they will also be in need again.
Yeah.
Listen, I am also a human being, so I know that what I'm saying is not easy. But imagine it's doable if you make that plan. So don't let people plan for your money. That's what I wanted to say. Make a plan for yours. And what I've realized about especially wealthy people is that they are very generous, but with their plan. Not
and within
yours.
their limits, yes.
So you'll find, you'll ask, I've dealt with wealthy people. You ask them, can you give me 1,000 bob? Hey, for what? What are you talking about? But that same person will turn around and go and build a 10 million shilling school somewhere. But if you ask them, because you are not in their plan, they'll say no.
According to some data from the CS body for Treasury, this is what Kenyans are currently earning. About 398,000 of us earn above 100,000 Kenyan shillings. 1.5 million earn between 50,000 to 99,000. 1 million people earn about 30,000 to 49,000. Then, of course, 104,000 kuna wao ni watu wa 20,000 to 29. Then 37,000 earn below 19K. Me, I want to focus on these guys of 19,000. If this person, if there's a Kenyan right now earning 19,000, I don't know if they are taxed, by the way, but if they're earning 19 Gs, how will they provide for themselves, perhaps their family, and then now madeni wakishamaliza kulipa madeni alafu wa save. Mtu wa 19,000 aki ana save ngapi?
You know, Paul, maybe what I'm wondering is 19 is a lot of money.
19,000?
Yeah, there are people who earn 5. And it's a month.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying 37,000 Kenyans earn below 19,000. So it could be 19, 18, or even that 5 that City is talking about.
Okay, so a big part of the statistics that you're showing there is the formal economy. And you know that Kenya is there has a huge informal economy. I think the informal economy in Kenya is 5 times what the formal economy is. So you have to recognize, even if you look at those numbers, you recognize Kenya, we are 50 million
for sure
people. So those numbers are not representative of the entire economy.
The vast majority.
Yeah. And as you said, City, many people are living below that. When you talk about the poverty line, that's where many people are struggling. Okay, but you're asking about this person of 19,000.
Yes,
they can still do work. Let me give you an example.
They pay rent. Pay.
So first of all, I think we must also recognize that we cannot expect everything to come from outside of us. We must take some responsibility for ourselves. So I'll give you an example of somebody who was earning about that or even less. Our watchman, who was at the estate we used to live in. That guy used to come. He works until about 10, 11. When the last person comes, he locks the gate, he goes to his corner and he sleeps. And he would go home with his 15, must have been around 13 to 15K a month. After a while, somebody asked him, hey, boss, so you just washed my car for me here. I'm leaving early. So the guy washed, he was paid an extra 300 bob. And the guy realized, I keep washing it, 300. Then people realized this guy washes cars in the evening. So now we all said, why are we driving to
a car wash?
And we just come home, the car is washed, you leave in the morning and your car is clean. This guy started making more money from washing cars than from his job as the watchman. And then he was awake as he's through the night.
So you guys are safer.
So we are safer because he's actually awake. What I'm trying to say is if all of us have to recognize that for us to achieve the goals and the dreams that we want, it's not about other people paying us or giving us. We must create. And that's what I love about the Kenyan economy, because we are very creative. If you go around somebody is selling something somewhere and doing stuff, and that excites me. And so what I'm trying to do from my side is to educate those people then on how business works, because they already have the spirit of entrepreneurship, but they may not have the skill set. So when I'm speaking about this person of 19K, even that 19K, see, I told you that is now like our house help. she was spending money on things she didn't know, and that was just one item. Remember, it was the
Those ring
ringtones
tones, yeah.
on the phone. We also found other things. She's such a loving person. She used to buy 2 small snacks for my kids from her own money. And we found that that's such a generous thing. But she was unaware of the total cost on herself. So we just wanted her to be aware. And so at whatever level you are, awareness, personal responsibility, these are the things that matter for growth. That's what it is. Because I've trained guys at the top end where you're talking about people who are earning millions per month. I'm not kidding now. We're saying somebody is earning over 1 million shillings a month and is being chased by Shylocks.
Yeah.
In fact, we are called into all these top companies.
Yes.
Because there's a guy on disciplinary because a Shylock came to the office looking for him. He's earning over 1 million shillings. What does that mean? That his lifestyle then, therefore, is more than what he's earning. So it's not about how much you earn.
Yeah.
What CT said was clear. It's about how you manage what it is. Yeah.
Let me ask this question.
Please.
There's a debate here that we haven't fully gotten into. We're still stuck at the infrastructure fund, the sovereign wealth fund. All these things have to do with the monies that we have or the money that we as a country are able to save. These so-called developed countries that lend us money, we sometimes probably don't know that they're actually lending us money that their citizens have saved. And yes, it's their citizens' money. When do we, no, let me rephrase that. How do you get the citizenry, or how do you get people to understand that it doesn't matter how small that money you put aside is, that collectively, if a very large number of this huge population we have actually does that, that we will actually be in a position where all these huge debts that we keep talking about paying will have a completely different complexion. And the complexion I'm talking about is not just the interest factor, but the exchange rate between those currencies and our currencies and what it then does. Like, this government has been fortunate, for instance, in having stabilized the dollar. Whatever it is that happened, it's a different discussion. But if the dollar had gone to 160, these debts that we have would have been impossible to repay. So, how does saving, how do you get someone to understand that this saving benefits you in more ways than you can imagine or understand, and that even at a national level, you are contributing significantly to everything that you keep saying you need as a citizen of the country, whether it is health needs, whether it is educational needs, or whether it's security needs. I pick those three normally because I consider them to be fundamental. How do you get people to actually understand that this is a possibility?
Now, you've asked me a macroeconomic issue.
I have.
And this is how I usually respond to macroeconomic problems.
Yes.
Please vote, and vote wisely. That's it. My only control around government spending and government work is to be active politically and civically. If I'm not involved in that way, if I'm not thinking that way, then I'm not going to be part of that equation. Because unfortunately, CT, this is the thing. Our saving is not really going to have a big effect on the government plans and spending. It's not. Our taxes are what are going to do that. And I think one of the biggest things that we have in our nation, which is a problem, is that when you have a huge informal economy, then taxation becomes problematic. And in fact, it becomes double taxation issues on the formal economy, which is why you find that those who have a salary, those who pay and all, are squeezed so hard because they are in the system. Those who are outside of that system are hard to get. And that's why you're seeing now all the reforms that are going on. They're trying to get access to people's mobile money transfers, bank accounts and everything, because they're trying to find a way. There's this huge population who are outside of the radar, and there's a lot of economic activity happening there that's not contributing. So that's an issue that needs to be solved. Why? Because this small population that is in the formal economy is being squeezed as hard as they can. So you have the direct taxes like your pay and the like, and then you have the indirect taxes like VAT. So that's one of the ways that the government is trying to bring in more money. I don't have control on that. I really don't. I simply pay my tax and do that. My saving doesn't have an effect on that system. So when I'm speaking, I always try and speak to the individual, because your words are perfect, and I hope everyone was hearing. There is no such thing as small money. So for me as the individual, I need to be able to see the power of small amounts over time. When I talked about that issue of lunch earlier on, that money that I spend on lunch every day, if I actually put it aside, can take my family on a good holiday at the end of the year, if I simply put it aside. And many times I don't need to spend that cash. Why? Because there's usually food at home. Those those of us in the middle class, they'll tell you the story of how food can even go bad in your fridge.
Yeah.
Isn't that a poor use of resources? It means that you overspent in an area that you could have had better control on. And what we're trying to say is, City, if people only saw the results of savings. The problem is, City, it takes too long. People want action now, which is why the debt issue comes in. But when I tell people, just be consistent, over time, you see the results. And the thing about the compounding curve, and this is a mathematical thing, is that it's exponential. So when
No, go on. Those who don't understand the meaning of exponential, please look it up.
They'll Google.
Go on.
It means that at the beginning, it seems like the movement is very slow. But when you look at an exponential curve, is that it curves and it's not a straight line.
No.
At the beginning, it feels very slow.
That's why it's called a curve.
Yeah. It feels very, like, is there any difference that's happening? It seems like nothing's happening. But there comes a time when that curve shoots up. And that's why you see wealthy people just becoming even more wealthy, because now their money
is working for them.
Is now working. But they've gone through that curve to make sure that it gets there. When I'm speaking to people, anyone who's listening to me now, please recognize this. The consistency of saving and investing is the biggest issue you need to go through. It is not even about which investment. There is no such thing as the best investment out there. The consistency is where you see people grow over time, because it gets to a point where it simply multiplies over and over on itself.
You're right,
that compounding return.
Yeah, because someone who has 100 shillings, if they grow their 100 shillings by 30%, they only have 30 shillings on top.
Yeah.
And at the point, it just looks like Nikona 130 bob out of 100.
Yeah.
So it will probably buy you a packet of chips and maybe, if you're lucky, one smoky.
Yeah.
But when you have $1 million, Bob, and then you multiply your money by 30%, my friend, you have 1.3 million.
Yes.
You have 1.3 million.
So the smokies do an odd job to go and buy the smoky.
Yeah.
But for growth, you want that money to keep earning interest on interest, return on return over time. The last time we met, you were at another station. I won't say which one it is.
Yeah, they know.
But that station that you were at ran a story. I don't know if you remember.
Remind me.
Of a guy who used to do Mahindi Choma on the side of the road, and he bought a manyanga. And everyone was like,
How? Jama wa Mahindi Choma.
Yes. How? That story I still remember. It was, he simply used to put aside every day from his job some money into the circle. Without thinking. And over time, it compounded to the point that he could borrow against his savings to get that manyanga. But it was daily that made that difference.
Diligence and consistency.
There's a word we haven't used here and we ought to. And it's discipline.
Yeah.
Because how then do you teach discipline?
Wow. So I like to do the maths so that people can begin to see the results of it. But math sometimes is too much for people, including me. Sometimes those mathematical discussions, when you talk about exponential curves, anyway. What you want to do is to automate the plan. Get it out of the way. You know the way, if you have a salary, tax is paid even before you see it. If you borrowed against it, that amount is cut even before you see it. Your saving and investing should be the same. It should live without you even having to think, to plan, to make it. I made a decision. We are going to be saving 500 shillings every month. No problem. That 500 shillings goes before you even see it. Close your eyes like this for 5 years. You will be shocked where you are. That's number one. Number two is the mistake that we make, where we think it is simply about saving. It is not just about saving. It is also investing. What does that mean? That you also have to put money where it will grow faster than inflation. Now, this is where people make the mistake. We put our money only where we find security and peace. Where do people like putting money? Let's talk about those places. Bank, savings account, Sako, money market fund. Please, all those that you have described here in terms of a savings account in a bank, Sako. In fact, Sako, what is the full name of a Sako? Savings. Sako is for what? Savings. And then the last one, money market fund, which is also a savings tool. Okay? So those three are saving. You need to now put your money where it has the opportunity to grow faster than inflation, which means it must be in areas that are linked to business in some way, whether it is through the stock market, through your personal business, or through instruments that have exposure or instruments that are linked to areas of business, because that's where you see high growth. Now, what people usually think is if it's high growth, then it must be high risk. This is our problem. We have a poor understanding of risk. As human beings, we struggle with measuring risk.
Is it humans or Kenyans?
Human beings. I've seen this around the world.
Okay.
People get very scared to get into a plane. Hey, I'm flying. In fact, you even call for prayer meetings because I'm going to fly somewhere.
Actually, you have a very valid point. Have you ever noticed how when the plane lands, people more or less jump out of their seats?
Yes.
Others even clap like...
Yes.
It's like you get the impression this person has been suffering throughout this entire flight.
Yes.
They're actually not comfortable with flying. So when they land, it's like... Whew.
Yes, we are poor at measuring risk. You are safer up in that plane than you are in a matatu. Statistically. You are safer in a plane than you are in even your personal car. Statistically.
Okay.
We don't measure risk well. Here's how you have to think about it. If your money is not growing faster than inflation, it means that then over time you're losing value. So you have to take the risk today so that you enjoy the fruit tomorrow. Just like a farmer must take the risk today of putting seed in the ground, the farmer has no power over making that seed grow, making the rain fall, doing all these things. The farmer simply has the faith to put it in because they are saying, in future, I'm going to see the result. You must have that same attitude with your investment. Saving, put some money for security so that in case anything happens, you have cash. But investing, you must put it where it grows faster than inflation. And what excites me now is that the opportunities to invest are so simple and accessible. Most banks, most insurance companies now have investment tools, which we talk about. They're called unit trusts. These are equity funds, special funds. These are the ones that most people are going to ask you questions about. They have balance funds, which may be not as great, but you're looking for where you're going to get a high rate of return. And now I can even buy shares on my phone. That means that I'm exposed to these instruments that can do what? Grow faster than inflation. So we must do both. Save and invest. And now we have no excuse. Because if you're not doing it, you're in trouble.
Okay. Yes. We have come to the end of the show. Imagine it's 1 hour down.
What? That's how fast it goes.
Time imedhela, like we like saying in where I come from.
Can I leave people with 3 things?
Yeah, sure.
Go home with.
Yes, you can.
My brothers, my sisters. Number 1, we said earlier, pay yourself first. How do you do that? by saving and investing fast. So when money comes in, before you pay everybody else, pay yourself. Why? Because if you don't, we all have a plan for your money. Number 2, please know where your money goes. Track your expenses. Keep a record. Now, if you're like me, it's too much to do it for a whole year. So do it for 1 month every year. And not January or December. Those are fake months. Pick another month in the year and write down what you spend, because it'll kind of give you a picture of where your money actually goes. And then number 3, please focus on assets. The problem that we have is a lot of our money just goes for consumption. You're just using it for the things that are coming and going. When you start focusing on assets, buying land, owning businesses, owning shares in companies that are there, these are things that have value that grows over time. You will see wealth come like you've never seen before. But take this home, my friends. It takes time. So don't be in a rush.
Yeah. How do we get in touch with Waithaka?
Hey, Waithaka at waithakagatumia.com. You can email me. That's a great way to do. I'm on social media as well. So you can DM me and we can find out there. It is truly a pleasure. You guys are amazing, and thank you for this opportunity.
No, you've actually given our listeners value, because if they have listened, I'm hoping to see several millionaires before the end of the year.
No, I don't. Not before the end of the year, my friend. In the next 5 to 10 years, possibly.
Yeah, in a decade, eh?
Yes.
Kwani city mbona umekata? Maybe kuna mtu akona $500,000, I invest saizi ya double pesa yake ifike 1 million.
Inawezekana.
City yako.
I know where your thinking is going. That's why you find me opposing that thinking.
Maybe someone has got 900,000. They do a proper investment. They grow their wealth.
This story of quick money. Quick money. There is no such thing.
But he's asking, where did the 900,000 come from? That was the issue.
Maybe they've been saving it.
Good.
Okay,
then it's not. Yeah, so it took time.
It's not like ati ameenda akaiba 900,000 kutoka treasury.
It's being the millionaire in these few months.
But it's possible, guys.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo.
It's possible.
Hakuna.
I want to come back and now talk to business owners.
Sure.
Because there's an element of business finance that many Kenyans and Africans don't have.
Okay.
And so we find ourselves being self-employed rather than being entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So self-employed means that if you don't show up to work, there's no money. We want to free people from that, so that we actually have businesses that are assets that put money in our pockets. That's what I hope to discuss with you.
Yeah, we already have a topic there.
And we will discuss it.
Yeah.
Yes, and by then we hope some of Paul's friends
will be millionaires. Yeah. All right. Here's the news. See you tomorrow bright and early.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Ministry of Education says schools will receive government funding before